Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, part 2 of the NSF challenge, the Kerbin Orbit Rendezvous, happening now. What's going on, everybody? I'm not doing good the past couple of days. I'm not doing great, but you know, we're here. We're here. It's St. Patrick's Day, so you know, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Excuse me for a second. Did I write this beer off? Oh, yeah. It's good. Where's your green attire? My green attire. So, how's that gonna work, dude? How's the green attire going to work with a green screen? How's that happening? This is green enough. Whatever. Pour it in a glass. I don't have a glass, dude. Whatever. Hope you're doing well. No, I'm doing really bad. I went to bed early last night. I didn't do after hours. And I missed a Vandenberg Starlink launch so I could get up in the morning to do coverage for NSF, right? And then we got hit with the most disgusting windstorm I've seen thus far. We had gust up to 60 miles an hour. The only thing that was worse was that stupid hurricane blizzard. And it honestly kept me up all night. Not because the wind freaks me out or anything, but like, I'm waiting for the power to go out. Waiting for the power to go out. Luckily, it didn't go out. Like, it flickered a couple of times. But yeah. Car cover, both the car covers on the Camaros are off. The tent got unstaked from the ground, which is great. That's lovely. Yeah. I staked that thing into the ground after the last windstorm, and this one blew it out of the ground. The reason why is the ground is so wet, it just blew it right out of it. Because the ground is saturated with all the water from the snow. All the snow that melted. So, you know. Can I tell you how to do refueling in KSP? I figured out most of the basics of the game. Yeah, sure, Snow God. Yeah. Refueling is easy. Well, so yeah, that's how I wanted to get out here early. I wanted to cover Starlink. I had to tell Chris B that I couldn't get there in time. I went to bed at like 5. My sleep schedule is totally hosed. I am really, and on top of that, daylight savings time. Like, it was the perfect storm of like screwing up EJ's sleep schedule. And now I'm not doing very well. Like, I woke up at 11 a.m. I'm not happy about that. That's not great. It took me months, years to get onto a normal sleep schedule. And now I'm not on a normal sleep schedule at all. You should put in some ground anchors. Dude, So the tent was staked on a rod with a corkscrew on the end that you had to twist into the ground. It was staked into the ground. The wind blew it out of the ground. Now, it didn't blow away. It didn't blow away because I have it bungeed to cinder blocks just in case.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But because the ground is wet, it was anchored basically into mud, and it pulled it right out. Yeah, the stakes are about... Yeah, they're about as long as a ruler, maybe a little bit longer. Dude, I had 4 ground anchors. I pulled it out of the damn ground. I don't know what you want. Like... I'm like... You know that scene in Men in Black where Vincent D'Onofrio like gets out of his car, or gets the only thing that pulls it, or gets out of his house. The only thing that pulls a weight around here is my gosh dang truck, and then the truck gets hit by a meteor, and he's like walks out. He's just like, figures, that figures, you know, like that was me this morning. I went like when I woke up, I went outside. I'm just like, all right, thank you, wind. All right. Okay, sure. Why not? Let's go. I'm just like, this is... Sure. Why not? Okay. Yeah, Ernok, your car cover blew off. Even though I had that thing... Dude. The other Camaro. The IROC that I'm working... That I'm storing for my buddy right now. We gotta do the fuel system on that. Maybe we'll stream at some point. Dude, I had paver stones. I had paver stones on the hood of the car and on the roof of the car. I didn't put it on the back because the glass from the, the glass back there, I don't want it messing it up, right? I had paver stones, about 12 by 12 paver stones all over that thing. And then it bungeed to the tires, like on both sides. Still blew off. I'm like, all right, I don't know what to do about this. Like, you're going to love the satisfactory patch notes, Vin, when you get around to watching it. Yet another amazing update. Yeah, Shy, well,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cast it into concrete. That's not a bad idea, dude. I don't know, man. Dude, I am not like prepared for this. Like Massachusetts is not prepared for this type of wind. It's like when it's like if it snows in like Kentucky or Tennessee or something, they're not tooled for that. Dude, we're not tooled for this. It's like I feel like I live on the Great Plains or something. Like I live in Kansas. It's just freaking windy all the time, dude. Rarest, your pool cover got shredded, but thankfully the rope secured it, kept it from blowing away. Yeah, dude. This morning I found the red Camaro's freaking car cover, like, flipped over, and it was still bungeed to one tire. I have no idea how the bungee cords came undone. How does that even happen? My only guess is, like, persistent wind and then a gust, and then it goes away and then wind again. Like, to basically unhook everything. Like, I couldn't believe it. I just walked out, I was just like, all right. Sure. Yeah, when it snows in Texas, dude, I'm just not prepared for this type of wind. Like, it's ridiculous, man. Thankfully, the house and everything's okay. We didn't lose power or anything, but jeepers creepers, did that got out of hand. Hey, Ox, what's going on? Anyway. Hey, Rocket God, what's up? Dude, I'm just thinking, what a day. I gotta figure out a way to reset my sleep schedule and stuff, dude. This is not great. Going to bed at 5 in the morning is not healthy. It's only a matter of time before the migraines start showing up. As long as no trees fell on stuff, you're good. Dude, tree fell in my neighbor's yard. Big tree. Big old pine tree. Dude, there's branches everywhere, all over the yard. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, Sad, I'll be all right. Everything's fine. It's just more stuff to do, like, and I'm trying to do stuff here, like, I make plans, and yeah, this stuff happens. But it's okay. We're Wumbo maxing. It's all right.
Discovery,
Hey, Pizza
go
King.
at throttle up.
What's up, dude? Here, let's go. So we were working on our EOR. Here we go. This is what we were messing with. Yeah, farm. It's ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ox 51 months. Ah, that's better. Yeah, thanks, man. On the plus side, your neighbors have free firewood. Yeah, but it's pine. It's pine, dude. Pine isn't good firewood. Pine sucks. That's terrible firewood. It's all sooty. It leaves crap everywhere. Will we use the Minmus lander from Career 2025? I don't know. I haven't really figured out what we're going to use yet. So we kind of did up our Centaur here, but yeah, I don't know. Hey, Flakin, what's going on? Yeah, you got to dry the pine out. It's just, yeah, pine sucks. Oak is better. You want to burn hardwood, guys, in case anybody, yeah. And I'm a city slicker, dude. I had to figure that one out because I burned a pine once and it was just awful. In my fire pit in the backyard, I burned pine. It was, dude, you know how much gas I had to spray on that thing? Actually, this is a true story. A couple of years ago, I had a fire pit going in the backyard. I had my parents there and stuff, and I had gasoline in a water bottle from trying to get the coronet started, right? So what you do is you want to make a way to bottle feed the car because the fuel tank's no good. You use a pick, you punch a hole in it, and then you can squeeze it and it turns into a little ketchup bottle, right? Sprayed in the carburetor. I had that because I was trying to start the coronet. This is when the coronet was still down, closer to the house, right? And pine wasn't burning very well. So I took a swig of gasoline and spit it on the fire. My mom was not happy about that. Was not happy about that. If you have an Italian mom, you know exactly the repercussions of that event. I would like to say, don't do that. Don't do that. I was like, it was awesome. But yeah, you probably shouldn't do that, in case you want to keep an eyebrow or something. Yeah, I did that in front of my mom, yeah. Hey, Redbeard, what's up? Finally catching a stream. I've been super busy. Caught a bit of space news, but missed Kerbal yesterday. How's things? It's okay, dude. Softwood makes a messier chimney and fireplace firebox. That's right, dude. Yeah, don't burn pine. Pine is no good. Pine's good for building. Pine's good for like making a shed. You don't use pine. You don't burn pine. That's unless you absolutely have to. 5 level is stupid right there. Oh, no doubt. I'm not sitting here denying that was a smart thing to do or that I should have. But I needed to get this fire burning because we need to get the fire pit going. So I drank, swig some gasoline. It was awesome. It's a good time. Hey, it looks more normal. EJ looks more normal today. Took a day of ablation to look good. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Public, how's your mother? Oh, she was pissed after that, dude. Yeah, you don't burn pine in a fireplace, guys. Just that's your tip for the day. But I got plenty of pine. We got plenty of pine. But yeah, don't do that. All right, so we got our Centaur 5 here. And now my big problem.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Repost, I'm doing good. I got my liquid metal for your laptop. Been needing it for a while. How are you? I don't know what that means, but that's good. How am I? I'm doing okay. I'm not even gonna lie. I wrote this beer off for St. Patrick's Day because it's St. Patrick's Day, and I got green green adjacent on here. So cheers, mate. Ditor, 38-month resub. Public servant with 47. Would skiffs work as RL10s? Skiffs? I'm using cheetahs. I think cheetahs are, well, no, skiffs. Skiffs are more, no. Skiffs power to weight is way too high. Or thrust to weight is way too high for that. These are... Those are RL10 adjacent, but these are actually probably too high thrust. I would say these are... I mean, this is supposed to be an LR91 from a Titan, an upper stage. But in the game, they have them balanced out to be a pretty good upper stage engine. Like, I don't know. I mean, the Poodle, double Poodle would probably be good. That's probably... But that makes pretty high thrust. I don't know. I don't think I have a Centaur 5. Like, that's what I was thinking about, dudes. I'm not sure I have that. Liquid metal is a type of thermal compound. It's more thermally conductive. Oh, yeah, you gotta have all the conduction. I don't know. Is my Vulcan rocket in here somewhere? I don't know what I did for a Vulcan rocket back in the day. I mean, the Centaur 5 in Vulcan has a... yeah, Centaur 5. Now Centaur 5. We have two RL10Cs in there, and then the RL10E, which is the first 3D printed RL10, which is pretty cool. Vulcan. They are very efficient, but they do not make a lot of thrust. I mean, 45,000 pounds is pretty good, but... They only really make about 100 kilonewtons of thrust, just a little bit north, but it's about 100 kilonewtons of thrust at 453 and 460, which is really good. That's really, really, really good. You made your Vulcan after the second flight. I have no... I mean, my gut's telling me to do this. I mean, this would be... That would be about right. Terrier engines would be about correct for this. Now watch this drive. That was him at the time, dude. Yeah, Viking, that's how the dude was. Now watch this drive. Listen. If you like gas mileage, you like filling up for gas? Well, no. You like gas mileage? You like horsepower? You like gas mileage? Well, that makes you a freaking hypocriticizer too. Now watch this drive. Yeah, made up words. It's pretty funny, dude, back in the day. So, in case you're wondering, you missed the NSF challenge proposal. Max, we were discussing architectures on Flame Trench, and I said... SLS with Centaur 5, as long as the Centaur 5 is an ACES upper stage, like a reusable on-orbit Centaur. Centaur 5 with Orion launching to low Earth orbit would not be a bad idea. And then if you used like a New Glenn or a Falcon Heavy to put your lander up there, right? That's not a bad idea. And then you use the Centaur and Orion to push all the way out. We'll use the Centaur to push all the way out to the moon. And if you're using a reusable Centaur with boil-off mitigation, right, you can basically, you can get Orion into low lunar, so you're afforded a much simpler landing solution. And Max was like, well, if you think it's such a good idea, you should do it. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you play Kerbal, right? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you should do it. I'm like, okay. I'm like, bro, you know who you're talking to, right? He's like, no, I don't, but you should do it. And I'm like, all right, okay, I will. I will probably do that and get it right on the first try. I'm like, brother, you don't know who you're talking to. And I'm like, you've never played KSP. You know, it was funny. And Max was like, so do it. I think it was just Yeah, I like Max. Max is a good buddy of mine. He's becoming a very fast friend because he rocks the boat for the sake of rocking the boat. And I like that. I appreciate that. I really do. Cheers, you melon farmer. Does this mean RSSRO? No. No, I told them it'd be in Kerbal. It would just be regular Kerbal, not RSSRO. Not that he knew the difference. So, yeah. So that's the challenge. I said I'd be able to do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a Kerbin Orbit Rendezvous architecture where we launch the capsule and the upper stage in one shot. And then we launch the lander on a heavy lift vehicle, right? I'll probably use MLV because that's my closest kind of New Glenn-ish analog. We'll probably use MLV and rendezvous them in Kerbin orbit and then send the whole shebang-a-bang out to the moon. I didn't ping you last, please. Question. What is boil-off mitigation? Okay. So, upper stages. Let's take Centaur, for instance. That's a Centaur 3 right there. It's an SEC Centaur 3. So, no, not Securities Exchange Commission. That's a single-engine Centaur. So, Centaur comes in kind of two variants in the Centaur 3. It comes with DEC or SEC, dual-engine Centaur, single-engine Centaur. The Centaur 5 comes, it's just dual-engine. It does not have a single-engine variant. Now, what am I getting at? So, upper stages... Dude, if you look, that Centaur has spray-on foam insulation on it. It has the Sophie on it. You could see it right there. See the lines? That's the same orange that you see on SLS. It's the same thing. They just paint it white for better thermals. And there's a thing about that, right? Like, so Constellation, but you launch crew with the upper stage instead. Yeah, sad. It's kind of a poopy-doopy architecture. It's kind of a backwards way of doing it, in my opinion, but whatever. Help. So, the reason why it has spray-on foam insulation on it is to get better performance. Now, how are you gonna get better performance? Well, okay, here's the thing. Centaurs are hydrolox. They're hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. Now, if liquid hydrogen gets too warm, if it hits its boiling point, which is not, that's a very easy thing to do, it'll start boiling off and turn to gas. Gaseous hydrogen, as we know, is not fun. Ask the people at SLS that work on SLS. Not a good time. Fun, it's good to use. It's the most efficient propellant around. Not fun. Leaks everywhere. So, anytime you have a cryogenic upper stage, it doesn't have what's called a long loiter time on orbit. The reason why is because you're sitting in the sun up there. And the sun heats things. And there's not a good way to really shed that heat. Right? You could put radiators on your upper stage if you really want to. Right? But that's complicated. The best solution that we've kind of come up with is to... Sorry, that was Discord. That was my Discord and YouTube chat there for a second. The best solution that we've been able to come up with is to put spray-on foam insulation. That's the cheapest solution. Just insulate the stage. Like a beer koozie almost, right? So, because the propellants want to boil off, right? You have really low loiter time. The loiter time is not very long. 6-8 hours, something like that on most upper stages. It's... either the propellants boil off or the batteries run out, because upper stages usually don't have solar panels or anything, right? Boil-off mitigation is some type of system that you can use to either A, spread the heat, or B, keep the tank pressures high on your upper stage. If you can keep the tank pressures high, right, you can control the temperature via pressurization. Right? So boil-off mitigation is different, kind of a catch-all term for any way to prevent your propellants from turning to gas. They basically have a shelf life liken. And this prevents us from, like, okay, getting out to the moon in an easier fashion. So here, let's... So if we look at the Saturn V, we look at the Apollo program. So how did they do it? Well, okay, the Saturn V has 3 distinct stages, okay? Well, not distinct, as opposed to an indistinct stage. That doesn't make any sense, idiot. You have your S1C. Your S1C, you can see it's using liquid oxygen. It has a big old LOX tank right there, but you notice the tank down here that says USA on it doesn't have any condensation on it. That's because the S1C, the first stage, is using kerosene. The reason why they opted for kerosene in the first stage, kerosene and liquid oxygen, or a Kerolox stage, is because you get a more energetic reaction with kerosene. Kerosene blows up better, but hydrogen burns more efficiently. All right? But kerosene is not very inefficient. So that's what they needed for the first stage to get this whole shebang and bang up into space. You have your S2 upper stage, which is using 5 J2s, and that's hydrolox. Hydrogen and oxygen. You see the whole thing's covered in ice, right? That was used for second stage insertion because a more efficient burn is warranted when you're trying to make an upper stage, right? You really want efficiency with an upper stage. It's not necessarily exactly what you want all the time, but in the case of the Saturn V, that's what you wanted. Now, the third stage, the S4B, right, has a single J2 that is restartable with hydrolox. It's basically a smaller version of this, right? It's a tinier version of that. Now, the S4B is used for translunar insertion. Translunar injection, excuse me. TLI. I love that picture, by the way. That drives home the size. Von Braun was not a small dude. He was 6'2". He's a big guy. And that makes him look like a tiny person comparatively. Ooh, maybe we can watch this. Some NASA promo footage, right? For a little bit of background here. The George C. Marshall Space Flight Center presents. No, I haven't seen this before. Moon Mission, 1968.
To place man on the moon and safely return him to Earth is a national goal of the people of the United States, recommended by the President and approved by Congress. This is part of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's major objective, which is to begin the exploration of space and the solar system by man himself. The Marshall Space Flight Center and all centers of NASA and the nation's industrial complex are now working full blast on our manned lunar landing program. Dr. Werner von Braun, Director, Marshall Space Flight Center.
Hello, mein Freund.
I have always considered President Kennedy's commitment that we are going to put men on the moon in this decade as a kind of signal, an objective very clearly defined, universally understandable, which cannot be debated. Everybody knows what the moon is, what this decade is, and what it means to get some people there and bring them back. It puts the program into focus in a very beautiful, clear, and concise way. Here is the method by which we plan our moon mission.
Okay, they got me. I thought that was the real moon. It is. It is the real moon. Those are pictures from the Surveyor program and the Ranger program.
The Apollo spacecraft will be carried.
They took pictures of the entire lunar surface to figure out where they wanted to land. Yeah, that is a picture of the moon. Oh, dude, hold on. Real quick tangent before we do this. Here, you want to see something nuts? The lunar landing simulator that Apollo used is next level ridiculous. Check this out. So what they did with those photos, okay? What they did with those photos is they made a scale replica of the freaking moon and pasted they made a sphere out of wood, right? And they pasted high quality pictures that they took of the moon on this. And to simulate the lunar lander, looking out the windows, there was a camera that was on a 360-degree gimbal, right? That could move around. You could see its track right there, right? And they had a closed circuit camera, right? And they had screens in front of the windows on the lunar landing simulator. So when you looked out the window, you could see what you'd see when you were orbiting around the moon. See the track for the camera? Is that nuts? That's super, dude, that's super freaking cool. Those are the pictures that Von Braun is standing in front of. How cool is that? Analog bump mapping. Yeah, Claudia, isn't that sick? Dude, I still think that's super cool. Like, why we should do that. Like, we should do that. That's a really good idea. But, you know, no, it's got to be on a computer, so whatever. Whatever. Yeah, dude, that's really gnarly stuff. That's what Von Braun is standing in front of in this video. Here, anyway, back to it.
Carried to the moon by the Saturn V
Watch.
vehicle, now under development. The three-stage Saturn V, including the spacecraft payload, will stand 350 feet tall, higher than the Capitol at Washington, D.C.
Any unit but the metric system.
It will be capable of carrying about 90,000 pounds from the Earth to the moon.
How do they restart the engines in space? How is that possible? Ullage. So, interesting thing, the S2, the J2s that were on the S2 were not restartable. The J2 that was here, the J2 on the S4B was restartable, but it was only restartable 1 or 2 times. Well, actually,
The
2
first
times,
stage of the
basically.
rocket, the S1C stage, producing 7.5 million pounds thrust, is now under joint development by Boeing Company and the Marshall Center. Its 5 huge engines produce a total horsepower roughly equivalent to a string of automobiles that would reach bumper to bumper across the United States.
That was a very weird way of describing that. 7.5 million pounds of thrust. So, that thing pushes up with the same force as a 7.5 million pound block of concrete. So, if you took a 7.5 million pound block of concrete and dropped it and say there was a car underneath it, right? Would you find any pieces of the car? No. That is a ridiculous amount of power, but that's what's needed to go to the moon.
The second stage of the vehicle, the S2 stage, is under development by the Space and Information Systems Division of North American Aviation.
Rockwell, baby.
This liquid hydrogen-fueled stage alone is taller than the Atlas rocket, which was used for the manned orbital flights.
Yeah, the S2 was a really nice piece of equipment. We shouldn't have stopped making that.
It is 3 times the diameter of the Atlas.
10-meter core diameter.
The third stage,
Very
the
nice.
Saturn S4B, is under development by Douglas Aircraft Corporation. The single J2 engine of the liquid hydrogen propulsion system will provide 200,000 pounds of thrust.
Pretty good.
The Saturn V has an instrument unit in the upper end of the S4 stage, which contains all of the guidance and control instrumentation which keeps the Saturn V on its designated flight path. Above this is the Lunar Excursion Module, the service module containing instrumentation and a propulsion system. And at the top...
So this is where this is important to understand, Flecken. So the LEM and the CSM were using hypergolic propellants. They're using monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. The reason why is because the S4B is going to do your translunar injection. The reason why is because that happens pretty soon after flight, like this, right?
of reaching the moon in the shortest time with the greatest safety for the passengers.
So, this thing is using hydrolocks. You have a shelf life with this thing. It won't last very long. So what they did during the Apollo missions, they put the Apollo lander up into a parking orbit, or they put this, the S4B, right, the LEM and the CSM into a parking orbit, and then they did a couple of orbits to check out and make sure that make sure you were good to go, right? Make sure that all systems on the capsule, make sure the LEM's good to go, all systems on the capsule are working, life support, communications, etc., etc. And then they did 1 or 2 orbits, and then they shot the S4B off. The reason why you only did 1 or 2 orbits is because, once again, you have a shelf life here. Now, how did they restart this engine? They restarted the J2 with ullage motors. The really nice way of saying this is that they attached a couple of SRBs to the side of the S4. And then the J2 is using a spark igniter. So it's got a spark plug built into it. And they fired the solid rocket propellants, right? They fired the solid rocket propellants on the sides of the S4, right? And that settled the propellants in the stage to give the proper head pressure. I know. Give the proper head pressure for the inlets for the J2, and then they spark the spark plug. And then, there you go. But they were limited by how much...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They were limited because their separator motors and their ullage motors, right? You had 3 of them, right? They're kind of in a nacelle on the side of the S4. All right, so... that's not a flight... Here, okay, perfect. This is it. So take a look. See this thing on the side? This crazy thing? 3 SRBs. All right? You have 3 of them. One of them, they're kind of like stacked on top of each other, right? Eat a kiss. Hey, gifted a sub to beer. You don't mind if I do. Jonathan, 77-month resub. So, you had 3 of them kind of stacked on top of each other, okay? You fire one... Right? I mean, I don't know. Were these the solid rocket motors? That might have been the S2. Now I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what this is. So you had one for stage separation, separating from the S2, and then firing the engine because the S2 would stop at suborbital, right? Similar to the external tank on the space shuttle. The external tank on the space shuttle never made it to orbit. It made it 99% of the way there. And then the shuttle's OMS pods after ET separation would circularize the shuttle. That way you wouldn't strand an S2 on orbit, a 10-meter upper stage. You don't want to do that. So one would be for stage separation, right? And then the other one would be for, you had a spare, right? And then the other one would be for translunar injection, restarting the engine. You got to settle the propellants. That was their solution. Nowadays, like Falcon 9, right? Let's take Falcon 9's upper stage. Falcon 9 has restart capability because it has nitrogen thrusters on it. Centaur uses a monopropellant system with a catalyst, an Aerozine 50. That's what those tanks are that are sitting on the bottom of the Centaur down here. And then you can see the tanks, right? And then you see right there, see the thrusters? They have plugs on them, but those are the thrusters right there for settling the propellants for reignition. If those are the other ullage motors, what are the other things sticking out? You know, I'd have to go back and look. I know that those are the ullage, and I know that that is a upper stage from a lunar mission. This is what's called an S4B-500. The -500 denotes a Saturn V upper stage, and then there's the S4B-200. The S4B-200 only has 2 ullage thrusters on it, right? The S4B-500 has these in 3 times symmetry. So there would be one here, and one there. That's a Saturn V S4. So this one was used to get to the moon, right? So like I said, solid rocket motors to settle your propellants. But even then, you're still beholden to boil off, right? You know, like if we go back over here.
When firing time nears, the 3,000-ton monster is erected at the Cape Canaveral spaceport.
Here, let's get to the good stuff. Right here.
The speed to more than 12,000 miles per hour. The second stage now drops off, and the third stage ignites, placing the manned upper stages in a parking orbit around the Earth until they reach a point where they are aimed toward the moon.
See, that's the parking orbit that I was talking about. So you'd use the hydrolocks for your insertion burn, for your TLI burn, translunar injection. All right, so that is where you need a certain amount of speed to be able to break Earth's, well, not break Earth's gravity. You're not hitting escape velocity. You'd need a certain amount of speed to put you in an eccentric orbit with your apogee like basically being at the semi-major axis of the moon. Meaning you need your trajectory to intercept the moon, and then you use the moon's gravity to pull you in.
It is now necessary to force liquid fuel to the bottom of the tanks by firing small rockets. The third stage engine reignites, accelerating the 90,000-pound spacecraft toward the moon at 25,000 miles per hour.
25,000 miles an hour is the speed that you need to get to put yourself in an eccentric orbit to intercept the moon's gravitational field. Yes, these are actual terms. I know it sounds cool. It sounds like some Star Trek stuff. I know.
The metal fairings are next released, freeing the lunar excursion module. The Apollo is turned 180 degrees and connected nose to nose to the bug.
And they pluck the
With this complete,
they
the
pluck it
S4
off.
stage is separated and discarded.
So because once again, because this thing is using hydrolocks, right? You can't use it to circularize around the moon. It's not going to work that way. Can't use it to do that. So now the reason why the CSM, if you look at it like an Apollo CSM, which once again, pinnacle spacecraft design for the 1960s. I mean, it's still, dude, this thing is still good even by modern standards. I'll go out and say it. It's still pretty damn good. But you see comparatively to Orion, see how beefy the damn service module is? And see how big the nozzle is on this thing? This is because the CSM did your lunar capture burn. So because, you know, on translunar injection, you're going to intercept the moon's gravitational field, right? But just because you intercept the gravitational field doesn't mean you're going to capture the moon. You need something to slow down. All right? They shot out there on that S4B really, really quickly, right? They shot out there really, really quickly because, well, once again, the reason why the Apollo program did a quick transit to the moon is because this thing has life support systems on it and you don't want to run out of that, so they had to get out there pretty quickly. Yeah, you needed to get out there fast. So what they did with the service module here is the service module with the LEM, with the lunar excursion module attached to it, would circularize around the moon. They would hit the brakes. I'll show you in this video. This is actually a pretty good video to show. Watch. Yeah, you got to step on the brakes. But there's no, in space, you don't have brakes, right? In space, if you want to change your trajectory, if you want to slow down, you just take the thing that you use to accelerate, turn it around, and fire it backwards. You fire it what's called retrograde. Like, and I know you know this. This is just in case anybody else wants to learn this
Now,
stuff.
position calculations are made by the astronauts. With the assistance of computations transmitted from the Earth, mid-course maneuvers are performed to correct the Apollo's course toward the moon.
2 major course
The
correction
single
burns.
rocket engine within the Apollo is ignited when the spacecraft reaches a point about 60 miles above the moon, slowing the craft and allowing it to enter a lunar orbit.
So the Apollos, this is why I said this would be a good architecture. Okay, what we're trying to do, this NSF challenge thing. I said that this would be a great architecture to do. Now, why? Why would that be a good architecture to do? Well, okay, you have a little bit of a problem. Orion, I really do think the Orion capsule is a good spaceship. I think they need to get the heat shield dialed in, but I do think it is a good design. I know that's going to sound ridiculous, but I do think it's an all right piece of equipment. The Orion capsule is basically, I'm not going to say basically, like, meh. In concept, it's a modernized version of the command service module, except, like, if you look, it doesn't have a big, beefy service module on it, right? Like the CSM does. Orion does not have the Delta V to hit low lunar orbit like this. The service module does not have enough. It's not big enough. The reason why is because Orion... This capsule was built specifically for getting to the moon. That's what this is built for. That's what the CSM was made for. Von Braun said it at the beginning of that video. They're very clear objectives. It's not really open for interpretation. Now, Orion carries a smaller service module. The reason why it carries a smaller service module that doesn't have the Delta V to get into low lunar orbit is because that's not where it was designed to go. It was designed to go to what's called a rectilinear halo orbit. Now, what's a rectilinear halo orbit? A good way to describe it is a type of orbit that uses lunar precession to stay in line of sight of Earth all the time. All right, so I could show you guys, I could explain it, I could do the math behind it if you really want to know, but this video pretty much describes it pretty well. Starting right here, right? If you look at the reference frame, the Earth-Moon rotating frame, this type of orbit is a very eccentric, so an elliptical-shaped orbit with the low point over the North Pole and the high point over the South Pole. This utilizes the moon's non-uniform gravitational pull to always stay within line of sight of the Earth. Like, if you look, its orbit doesn't necessarily change relative to the Earth-Moon kind of system. This is what it looks like when it's orbiting around, right? It's a good idea, and Orion was really designed to only go here. Now, why? Why is that? Why would you do this? Why would you do this over being able to get to straight low lunar? The reason why is Orion isn't purpose built for the moon. That's really the big deal. It's not purpose built for the moon. The Orion capsule is really designed to be a part of a much larger architecture, to go further than the moon. Okay? Now, what does that mean? So Orion was really built and designed to work with like Mars transfer vehicles. Something like this. Let me get you a good picture. It was designed to work into a much bigger integrated architecture like this. Now, these are prototype Mars transfer vehicles from the Constellation program. Note that Orion has its very tiny service module. Now, you wouldn't need a service module that has enough delta V to get into low lunar orbit for a Martian architecture. The reason why is because the transfer vehicle is going to be doing most of your burning going out to Mars and back, right? So you don't really need a big service module. That's why Orion's service module is kind of anemic here. It's not really good for doing what the CSM can do, right? It's not necessarily great for that because it's designed to do other things. It's not purpose-built like the CSM is, right? Now, I would argue that that's a really dumb way to do that, and, a lot of people would agree. The reason why is because no matter what the architecture you're choosing, the Artemis program, Constellation, whatever, Orion was always designed to go to the moon before it went to Mars, right? So the right systems engineering there is to bench test it for the moon and purpose build it for the moon and then use it in other applications, basically like what we were trying to do during the Apollo program. So during the Apollo program, we built a capsule that purposefully can get, that's purpose designed to go to the moon, and then we used it for other things. We used it for other things like Skylab, right? And instead of trying to build a smaller service module for the missions like Skylab, where you weren't going beyond low Earth orbit, all we did was just, when we put this thing out on the pad, we just filled it up with half a tank of fuel. Just fill it up half tank. And then when you need to go back to the moon, just build another one and fill the thing all the way up with fuel, and then you can go to the moon, right? That was the idea. I think that way is a much better way of doing things, despite being a little bit higher mass. I'll trade the capability for the high mass over the performance. That's the real big that's the real big problem with Orion. It was kind of built for bigger architecture, and now that we're really using it with strong emphasis on the moon, which is basically what was going to happen anyway, it's kind of anemic in this regard because it can only go to a really eccentric orbit around the moon. It can't go to low lunar. Now, there's always trade-offs here, okay? The trade-off is that you have to build a much more complicated lunar lander to get from this orbit down to the surface than this orbit right here. The LEM with the Apollo program is a 2-stage lander. It's not. It's about as simple as possible. You have a descent module here, the descent module here with an engine, the LMDE. Right? It is a hypergolic system. Very simple, hypergolic pressure fed. They're using helium to pressurize liquid fuel and oxidizer tanks. When the liquid fuel, when the pressurant being used squeezes the tanks, right, with a bladder tank, and they hit each other in the engine, you don't need a complicated igniter mechanism for your engine. The propellants blow up for you. When monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide hit each other, they explode. Think like Die Hard 3. Same idea, except hypergols are really bad for you. But yeah, they're carcinogenic. You don't want to breathe those. Now, the ascent module, very simple. You have an ascent motor in the center, and this thing lands. You leave the part with the gold foil down on the surface. This thing comes back up, re-rendezvous with the CSM on orbit, and then the CSM uses its service module again, uses the big old service module to do what's called a TEI burn, or trans-earth injection. You dump the ascent module, you do TEI with this thing, and then you separate the service module. Capsule comes back home. Honeycomb Avco ablator, doesn't char and spall. Astronauts come home in one piece. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? Why is it gray? Thermals. Thermals and mass. They ran out of mass, dude. It's not so easy just to build a bigger rocket, right? This thing was mass constrained. Flykin, that's just aluminum sheet metal. Honestly, like if you took a screwdriver and you went like that, you'd punch through it. The LEM was very, very delicate. I mean, dude, look at the sheet metal right there. It's riveted sheet metal on an aluminum riveted chassis. It is about as thin as an airplane skin. It's really, they ran out of mass, dude. Yeah, they ran out of mass. Like, but even then, this is a much simpler lander, right? Compare that to Starship HLS. And this isn't a slight against SpaceX. I love SpaceX. I got a SpaceX shirt on right here, right? I got my Starship shirt on, right? Now, NASA chose HLS because HLS is a single stage lander that goes down to the surface from rectilinear halo orbit. But because you opted for a simpler lander, right? Now you have more difficult concept of operations. Starship needs to be refueled a bunch of times. I had a conversation with Alex and Timmy about this on the last or on the tank watching stream, right? And I'll be honest with you guys. I said that just to make conversation. I know good and well Starship doesn't need 3 refueling flights to get to the surface of the moon. Like, I said that to make conversation, and it worked. Like, I don't necessarily like doing that, but it's a good topic of discussion, I guess, right? So you're trading the anemic service module with Orion, right? That underrated service module that's not designed to get you to low lunar really complicates your architecture here in the form of you either need one big freaking lander like Starship HLS, right? To get you down from the surface that needs to be refueled a ton of times before it even gets to the moon. Or if you're opting to build, you can't build something like this because this doesn't have the power to get down there from a rectilinear halo orbit. So the other solution would be to build a 3-stage lander instead of a 2-stage lander. Or do what Blue Origin is doing with Blue Moon Mark II and make a slightly bigger lander than the LEM, right? But also you have to refuel a bunch of times, complicating your concept of operations, right? If you went with a totally expendable lander, you could get it out there in one shot, but now you need a transfer stage. You need something to do the job of the CSM, of the CSM's service module. So because Orion has a little dinky service module, you basically need this from here back attached to the LEM already, and then use that to get down to the surface. It complicates your lunar operations like 20-fold. Okay? This is the problem I've always had with Orion. I hate that it does not have a service module that's capable of getting to low lunar. I personally, like, and you've heard me say this, I've said that it's a safety risk. It's a safety risk because there is a point in your architecture where Orion, if something goes wrong with your complicated 3-stage lander, right? Or the transfer stage doesn't work or something, because you're in this crazy high ridiculous orbit right here, right? Orion can't get down to the surface quickly if it needs to rescue somebody. I think that is inherently more risky than what Apollo did. So basically, the Orion service module being anemic made everything else way harder to do. Correct. Yes, that's right. Orion was designed to go to Gateway. And I don't think Gateway is necessarily a bad idea. Green, you've heard me say this before, that Gateway, I don't like it if you're not going there very often, right? Because you're not, if something goes down on the lunar surface, and Gateway isn't in the right place, you're going to be waiting days before you can get home. So if there's an emergency and you need to get out, right, or if your lander malfunctions, right, you have a big problem. With Apollo, at the very least, because the CSM got to low lunar orbit like this, right, if something goes wrong, you're never, at any particular point in this mission, you are never more than 3 days away from getting back home. So, like, okay, if you're going to descend with the LEM and something goes wrong, you hot fire the ascent module and then you just boost yourself right back up and go, and then you can go home. If you're down on the surface, something goes wrong, boom, ascent module right to CSM, go home. And because the CSM is in low lunar, there's more opportunities for a rendezvous, because you can't launch when you're not in the CSM's orbital plane, right? The CSM has to be near, it has to be over you to get near it. And that happens because you're in low lunar. It happens way more frequently. I think that this is way less risky than what we have right now, to be 100% honest. 2 hours of no comms behind the moon or 4 days hearing the, yeah, exactly, Flykin. Yep. So that right there, and this whole thing, we're getting a little bit into the weeds, but that is the reason why I think this architecture that I'm trying to make in KSP is better. Because if you have a Centaur 5 with boil-off mitigation, the Centaur 5, which you already need to get out there anyway, right? Camaro. No, maybe. Yeah, Camaro. Anyway, the Centaur 5 Starbase Live is on. Actually, I should probably turn that down because they're going to do Raptureside chat soon. This will get you into low lunar, and if you get into low lunar, if you use something else to get into low lunar, Orion's service module has enough to get you home. It has enough to get you out of there. It's just not enough to get there and back, right? If I'm doing the math here, the BE4 is 8.5 US tons. Times that by like 7, and the engines alone on New Glenn first stage are 59 tons. No wonder. Okay. No wonder the thing is so slow off the pad. Yeah. No, it's, yeah. They gotta reduce some mass on their stage. So the reason why I had this conversation on Flame Trench is because, yeah, with Orion, you can't do your concept of operations like the Apollo program. You've got to come up with another solution. And the solution of using a Centaur 5 with some boil-off mitigation to do your circularization around the moon, right, instead of Orion's service module, gets you an avenue to get down to the surface relatively quick, and that simplifies your lander operations. You don't need to build as complicated of a lander. And if your SpaceX or Blue Origin, right, now with Blue, right, say you have Blue Moon Mark II or something. Now with this design, you could potentially rendezvous a Blue Moon Mark II in low Earth orbit with Orion and a Centaur that was launched on SLS, and that could get you out to the moon, and that could get you out to the moon a lot quicker. And it's a lot safer because you're opting for an what's called LLO architecture, lunar orbit rendezvous and low lunar orbit architecture, like this. Look, man, I'm not saying Apollo sat there and figured out the best way to do it, but they figured out the best way to do it. That's, if you're doing expedient launches, which we are now, that's our stakeholder expectation again. If we're doing expedient launches, this is the way to get it done. You have to do, low lunar orbit rendezvous is the right move. That's the quickest way to the surface. We figured that out 50 years ago. See, there you go.
Engine slows it enough to allow it to drop from its altitude of 11 miles above the moon.
They're using a little bit of O-berth effect.
From
That's
this
why
point,
the lander went higher.
Landing site is selected. As the astronauts near the surface, rockets fire to permit the bug to hover above its landing spot. If necessary, the spacecraft can be moved 1,000 feet laterally to reach the landing place.
That's
With
exactly
the two
what
passengers in
happened.
complete control, they still have the capability at this point of blasting off to rejoin the Earth return vehicle if any safety hazards appear. With the decision made to land, the landing legs are extended, and the landing bug is maneuvered to...
Now, they didn't do that. The legs were already extended. They ended up extending the legs during the TLI, during the coast phase of the trans-Earth injection, after translunar injection, excuse me.
its lunar resting place.
Well, that's pretty much the gist of it. I mean, this is all concepts, you know, comparatively.
The
But
exploration team will remain on the moon for as long as 7 days.
that never happened. We never got to that point. We could have gotten to that point. Apollo 17 spent 3 days on the surface. If we had gone to the lunar I missions, right? So there was the lunar J missions, which is Apollo 11, 12, 13, even though it didn't land, 14. And then we went to the K missions, right? Which are the semi-long duration missions, which is 15, 16, and 17, right? Each one of those spent way more time down on the surface than 12, 13, or 12, 11, 12, and 14, right? If we had gone to the lunar I missions, they would have been week duration stays, which we could have done because we upgraded the Saturn V. They basically went to a Block 2 version of Saturn V by the end of the program that could move way more out to the moon.
They will gather soil and rock samples and will check radiation. Photographs will be taken of surface features and of the heavens as viewed from the moon. Various other scientific investigations and measurements will be made. Only one man at a time leaves the bug.
That didn't happen. They did 2-person EVAs.
When the explorers are ready to leave the moon, the upper portion of the craft is launched and the lower section left behind. The bug moves up to the orbital path of the main Apollo, which has been circling the moon during the moon exploration. The two vehicles rendezvous and join in the lunar orbit.
Now that all happened. That's legit.
The passengers transfer to the command module, joining the third astronaut. The 3 astronauts prepare for the return trip. The bug is separated and discarded, being allowed to continue its moon orbit.
Exactly, O-Force. Why wait till the last second to deploy the legs? That's really dumb. Deploy the legs before you even start landing operations. Then you don't ever have to worry about it. And that's ultimately
The
what they
Apollo
did.
is accelerated into the return path to Earth. At 250,000 miles from the Earth, the spacecraft is aimed at the proper Earth re-entry path. It must re-enter in a corridor only 40 miles wide.
Discovery,
Hey,
Otherwise,
Bob.
go at throttle
the
up.
ship would
Merry
miss the Earth.
subiversary. To be
4.
29 months
Crash
again.
directly
29-month
into the
reset.
Earth,
Thanks for all the good times.
destroying
May Jeb
itself
live
by the
forever.
re-entry heat.
Yep.
Near the Earth, the instrument section is jettisoned. The manned nose section is turned to permit the heat-protected side of the capsule to face the...
Now Orion does this. This part hasn't changed. Orion does this, except its
proper
heat shield
direction
is
for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
doo-doo.
When the spacecraft drops to an altitude of 2 miles above the Earth, parachutes deploy to ease the spacecraft to a safe landing.
Yeah, you guys know the rest of that. But anyway, that's why I opted for this design. I think that this would be a good design to get done relatively quickly. So, with that being said, we have to go back and make our Centaur 5 now. I have an SLS adjacent rocket here. This is more direct, but it'll still work in Kerbal because the delta V margins are a lot simpler in stock KSP. Why was the 2-man EVA preferred? You're already depressurizing the entire capsule, of course, so the second guy's got to put a suit on. There's no airlock on the LEM. They didn't really have the mass for that, right? So they just depress the entire capsule. You're going to depress the entire capsule. The second guy might as well go outside, right? Like, what's the difference? You're already outside. You rolled down the windows. You know what I mean? What's it going to hurt? What, you can't crawl back up the damn ladder? Like, yeah, I mean, why not? Like, you're already incurring a certain amount of risk, so screw it. All right, so for Centaur 5, let's think about this. How do we want to do this? You'd like to see a starship land upright a few more times before people are on it. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. That's what that OIG report was about. Just like diving, always a buddy. Agreed. Centaur 5 is actually a pretty beastly upper stage. That's not bad, dude. Do you have a good feeling about April 1st for SLS? Yeah. Yeah, I do. The shadow of this thing looks like an SR-71. Yeah. Five engine R68. I said it's SLS adjacent. This is more optimized for KSP. I made some modifications to the rockets to do this. Yeah, it's a 5 engine. It's kind of like a mix between Ares 5 and Direct. I needed that extra kick with the core stage. But I mean, we probably could delete the center engine, to be honest with you, but even with no wet dress, the launch attempt is the wet dress, dude. Hey, Psychonax, 28-month resub. Katra, everybody was freaking out like, oh, they're not going to do a wet dress rehearsal. They're not going to do a wet dress rehearsal. Okay, say you go to do another wet dress rehearsal, right? And everything goes fine. You have a perfectly good vehicle, right? It's very clear from the last wet dress rehearsal that safing the vehicle and going through safing procedures is going to cause you some problems, right? You know, who knows what other boogeymen are waiting in those crappy Delta 4 upper stage, right? So, why not have the astronauts suit up for this wet dress rehearsal? Why not? What's it gonna hurt? So say you go to tank the vehicle, right? And it doesn't do what you want it to do. Okay, now your astronauts got more suit-up practice. There you go. And then figure out the next launch attempt, right? It's like during the first rollout, the wet dress rehearsal 1, they did closeout crew preparations, right? And then they were going to do that fueling test thing, and they weren't going to have the closeout crew, and we called that stupid, right? Practice how you play, right? And then they ended up doing it, right? This is the same thing, but with astronauts suit up. If you're going to suit up the astronauts, might as well call it a launch attempt. Why not? Right? What's it going to hurt? Hey, Sam, 61-month resub. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, why not? Why not do it? I mean, once again, it's very clear that safing the vehicle and trying to revert it to a flight rate, trying to revert it to flight configuration is what it, you know, could be you're going to introduce more wear items on the vehicle this way. You know, you do your wet dress rehearsal, launch attempt, you put the vehicle into a good configuration, and if you get there, the astronauts are there, you're ready to go. Send it. Oh, thank you, Guy. I have a stupid question, EJ. Is it possible to generate oxygen or fuel on the moon? Yes. The reason why we're going to the lunar South Pole, Razzie, is because there's craters down there in the North Pole and the South Pole that are permanently in permanent darkness, and there is ice in those craters. Ice, so water ice, so H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. Yes. You can use a Sabatier reaction and you can make fuel on the moon. Very useful. Also, you know, people need that to, you know, you can also make, you know. Water sucks. Gatorade is better. All right, so here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm not going until they can offer White Monster on the moon. Yeah. Alright, so I have an upper stage that's about this size that we could use. More off-the-shelf components here. Let me see if I can find something similar to a Centaur stage. We might need to reconfigure it because I have the dual engine skiff, which is not exactly what we want here. Let me go into default. That's what we want. There we go. Get rid of this. And then delete that fairing. Yeah. That doesn't have any aft skirt in this design. All right, leave that there for a second. No. This one is probably more accurate to what we're trying to do. So let me reroute to that, and then what we're gonna do get rid of that. I was just using that for dimensions. All right, now I'm gonna need we need a small decoupler, 60 coupler right there, cool. Take this, and now we need to attach the stage to the decoupler, there we go. Take the stage, move that stage out like that, move the decoupler back into position. This might have a little bit too high a thrust to weight for this particular design. What did I mount these engines on? Nothing. Okay. So I don't want to use skiffs. It's orange. Nodders. If we go into our fuel tanks here, where is the smallest 375 tank? We do that. It looks like an inner stage. I don't want that. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm trying to grab my beard that does not exist. It's very, very strange. I end up doing something like this. I'm like, you know? Sorry, that's funny to me. I mean, this will definitely do it, but this is, yeah, this will get us there. I look better this way? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Huh. Nice. Damn, dude. Yeah, Ares 7. That's the name we gave for MLV at the like when we last time we did career mode. I remember now. It's a beast mode of a rocket, dude. That thing is really nice, fully reusable. Well, not fully reusable, partially reusable. You don't get your fairing or upper stage back. We've heard nothing, Binary. Yeah. I'm trying to think if in the last career mode save, if we did a 375 upper stage. I don't think I did. We're gonna need the crew capsule eventually. What about Condor 9 Block 2 crew? Let's merge that. How do we do it here? Yeah, yeah, the skirt. Okay. 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 I'm just gonna go with what I know here. I told Max I could get this done quick, so that's what we're gonna do. Hey Chris, what's going on? How am I? I'm good, man. I'm good. Everything's great. I'm like neck deep in building this out. I see why I did that way. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay, now we need to... The skiffs are not really how, like a dual-engine Centaur. That's not really right.
Go at throttle up.
Cheetah engines would be more in line with those. The skiffs make way too much power. So I'm going to take those off, right? Hey, Sean, keep up the good work. Thanks, man. Just give them engine mounts so it doesn't look ridiculous. Those fuel tanks don't have a lot of extra mass here. All right, so that's much more in line with what a Centaur 5 kind of looks like. All right, so now we move this back into position here. Figure out how much room we have to the decoupler. Okay. That's enough clearance for the decoupler. Now we take this fairing and we edit it. Because the Block 1S version of SLS is going to need a it's going to need a different vehicle staging adapter, and it's going to end up looking something like that. Use the 1.25 to 625 shroud. I think this looks fine, dude. Yeah. Yeah, this is totally okay. I mean, guys, the other thing is that I'm making this quick, so this, it could explode. That'd be kind of fun. Man, that thing looks weird. All right, so I want to evaluate the B1S configuration here. How much can this thing put up there? So let me... I mean, we could do the calculations out if we really want to. I need to reroute to that avionics being the master. Okay. It looks like a 5.56. Yeah, right. Yeah, it kind of does, dude, right? Block 1S, did I miss something? What do you mean, did you miss something? That's the Centaur 5 variant of SLS that Jared Isaacman wants to make. Hey, Astronaut Guy, what's up, man? All right, we'll test it with 36 tons up here, and we'll see what it does. Where's Orion? I'm just gonna do this with the fairings that I know work. What I want to evaluate here with this launch, guys, is to see where, in low Kerbin orbit, where does this get us? How much fuel do we have left? So we're gonna do a little bit of a mass simulator here. I just gotta change the staging around a little bit. I mean, this is a Jebstone 4 upper stage, and it doesn't necessarily have tank ullage motors, so we can use the RCS to do that. What are the odds of a successful mission here? My big thing that I'm worried about is separation with this type of fairing. I don't remember what type of fairing that is. We might need to redo our vehicle stage adapter. But if the vehicle stage adapter works, I'm pretty damn sure that this is going to make it. This will make it up into space. And by pretty sure, I mean I know it will. These are already tested systems, right? I know this upper stage works. I know this core stage and SRBs work. I know they work very well, actually. It's not 1 and 2. It could be 1 and 2. It could be as low as 1 and 2. It could be as high as 1 and 50. Let me just make sure there's no conflicting action groups here. So if this configuration works, guys, I'll get my Orion capsule and put it up here. It's gonna look a little strange because with my quote-unquote Orion capsule, we were constricted by the size of the stock part of the 1-3 command pod. No, I don't want to use mods to do this. I know there's different ones. Orion scaled in this design, guys, would be about this big. It would be the same diameter, more or less, as Centaur. But my capsule doesn't have that. So it's going to look a little bit strange with the staging adapter up here in the capsule, but whatever, nobody's perfect. All right, so we have 36 tons. So up here is going to simulate the capsule and the lander. This will help me figure out how much mass, the mass margins that I need for the lander and everything. So let's send it. Use EVA seats. I'm not going to, Lemon, I don't want to go re-engineering my Orion capsule. I'd rather just make a vehicle staging adapter and send it. I don't believe that those are colliding with each other. Bring it back. Because this is a more conventional Kerbal style mission and not like a mission mode style mission, I'll do something very simple here. We'll just triangulate the stage. I don't usually build like that. I don't like strutting stages together. Stages aren't strutted together in real life. Think about it. The duct tape of KSP. That's right. There we go. She's staying together a lot better now. All right. Test flight. Loud noises. Okay. Good engine ignition. Or engine chill. That would be the equivalent of engine chill. Let me just double check the staging for the last time here. Yeah, the fairing's in the wrong group. It needs to be post SRB separation and then staging. There we go. All right, cool. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. HLV, Block 1S. Okay, underway. We got a roll program. Pitch over. Throttling back for max Q. Max Q, vehicle's transonic. Come on, baby. Stay together. Okay, throttling up. Thrust tailing off at SRBs. We've got about 20 seconds to separation. Separation confirmed. Good. Got a clean separation. Throttling back up. All right, now here comes the kind of weird part. All right, that shouldn't be there. Throttling down for fairing separation. Yeah, I was worried about that. What did we lose? We lost the interstage fairing. That's okay. I think our payload is not attached to the vehicle anymore. I told you that that would probably be the point of contention here. I mean, the payload's just, you know, it's fine. Whatever, we can still get good evaluation from this. As long as our separation system works. Okay, stand by, press for MECO. MECO confirmed. Stage separation. Hey, it worked. Doesn't have avionics attached to it, but yeah, you know, whatever. Yeah, we got a nice clean separation there. I mean, 6,000 kilometers per second. I think we have enough. I just got to fix, you know, that. That was good. Yeah, real nice, actually. H3 moment, for real. That, dude, yeah. I can't believe that happened in real life. I still can't believe it. That is just ridiculous to me. How can you fix the wobble? What wobble? Why fix it? It's fine. All rockets do that, Mario. That's the secret. All rockets do that. You just don't see it. That happens. You gotta have some play left to right. That's transverse oscillations. That happens. That's the dirty little secret, dude. You wouldn't notice, but oh, it happens. Here, I'll show you. Oh no, you have to watch a shuttle launch now. Oh dear. Watch. So this is some footage from a Hubble service. Actually, I forget which one this is. STS-121. So this is during shuttle ignition. Now, Mario, you want to see something weird? Watch the tail. Watch the tail of the shuttle right there. Let's watch. Watch when the boosters ignite.
Booster ignition and liftoff of the space.
See it wobble around? Oh, that happens.
Space station paving the way for future missions beyond.
Oh yeah, they wobble. They just, you don't really see it though. You can only see it like if you have a really zoomed in camera, like, you know, at certain points in the flight. But you see the boosters ignited, the whole tail went. Gotta have some play in the design, dude. If it stays rigid, it's gonna snap. SLS does that too, particularly with the entire upper stage. It's kind of weeble wobbling right at ignition. Aerodynamics end up seating it correctly, so you wouldn't see it. And that same thing happens with the shuttle. But what'll launch first, Artemis 2 or GTA 6? Artemis 2. But yeah, dude. You know, that, like I said, that's the dirty little secret. Rockets wobble.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They do. They weeble wobble around. Saturn V did that. Actually, it was notorious for that. It was notorious for transverse pogo. You know, everybody knows about the longitudinal pogo oscillations, but the thing was doing this on the way up. The whole thing was shaking around. Now, like I said, you wouldn't know by looking at this right now, but I love that thing. Why can't we just get the shuttle back? I don't know, man.
7 seconds into the flight. Standing by for the throttle up call from Capcom Steve Pro.
Dude, what a monster. Look at that thing.
Discovery, you can go at throttle up.
Copy, go. Throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Throttle up.
Throttle up, crawling down by Commander Steve Lindsay. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Beast mode. What a monster, dude. That thing would be so nice, right, to have right now. Like, it'd be so nice. Can you imagine the shuttle with commercial low Earth orbit destinations? Oh no, you want to make a space station? There you go. This thing would be disgustingly useful for doing commercial low Earth orbit destinations. It'd be really good. It'd also be really good for assembling transfer vehicles in space. So, you know, with our Block 1S architecture, right, that we're talking about here, you put the lander inside of the shuttle, right? Shuttle puts the lander up in space. You launch SLS, right? SLS in the B1S config, and then the lander docks to Orion, right? Or you send B1S up there, launch a shuttle. The shuttle could just assemble it for you. You just put it together. You don't need any RPOD architecture. But then again, your lander needs to do RPOD anyway, so because it detaches and goes down to the surface and then comes back. So you'd need to rendezvous it, but yeah, it's possible. Totally doable. Yeah, but anyway, that's yeah, good stuff. All right, so how do we fix the fairing problem? My easiest thing to do would be to take clamshell deploy off, but we don't do things because they're easy. Let's set this. It was set to 600. Let's set it to 900. No good. What's my favorite of the Apollo alternative plans? Venus flyby is a really cool idea. Does the Starship have the same capabilities as the shuttle? Similar payload bay size? No, not at all. Lemon, Starship's payload bay is way bigger. It's, yeah. You could fit the entire shuttle's payload bay section inside of Starship's payload bay. But Starship doesn't have any robotic arms. Starship doesn't... I haven't seen any payload bay doors for Starship. Starship could do what the shuttle could do. Potentially. It's in the realm of possibility, but it hasn't. You should make the upgraded shuttle for all mankind. No. Dookie. Well, guys, actually, the other thing that I'm thinking about is there's really no reason to get this fairing working. We're just going to put an Orion on it anyway, so we don't need that. All right, so we can get rid of this. And then we delete the fairing. You know, as long as we're here, as long as we're doing this, let me take my logo off there for a second and switch it to the proper amount of sides as the stage so it's a nice clean shape. Yay. How did you get that fairing color? The orange fairing? If you build the orange fairing to a certain length, there won't be any orange stripes in it. There'll only be one at the base. If I kept building it, it would put an orange stripe in it, but yeah, there's a little bit of trickery there. Fun fact, I did the same thing with the forward skirt on my core stage. Yeah, that's how I got this to look like it has an inner tank, right? Now what you could do is that, but then see, then it looks ridiculous. Or, yeah, I prefer that. That looks fine. We would have done more with the shuttle if Russia got their Buran flying successfully. They did get it flying successfully. The Soviet Union collapsed. That's kind of a problem for them, not for us. Would you rather bring back the shuttle or the Saturn V? At this moment in time blocks, the Saturn V would probably be more useful. Expediently going back to the moon. I'm pretty sure the Saturn V was pretty good at that, dude. Am I right? Probably be better. All right. This already has all of its decoupling mechanisms built into it, as far as I can tell. So, all we really need to do is do a staging adapter here, and then we're good. At least I'm pretty sure. And then I got to do a system checkout to make sure that everything works. What if you made the direct style fairing for the capsule, the one that goes from 3 to 2.5? This rocket won't launch the lander. That was the whole challenge here. Launch the lander in Leo on a different rocket, and then have it rendezvous with the capsule. And then the capsule and the Centaur move everything out to the moon. It's honestly, that's not the way I would do that, but that's the way. That would be a pretty quick and expedient way down to the moon if we wanted to do that way. Provided we could mitigate boil off with a Centaur. You want direct like that? You want the one with the second stage. If I had a chance of rebuilding a shuttle, would you keep it the same dimensions or make it bigger? Same dimensions are fine. But look, man, it's already complicated enough. Making it larger would introduce more complication to an already complicated vehicle. I mean, we could... Here, Sam, if we want to do this, we could do this way. So take this, take that fairing out of the staging groups. Put on the fairing interstage node, right? And attach on the interstage node here. Make sure all of my fairings connected correctly. They did. We don't need this decoupler in this design because we're not deploying a payload out of this. And I definitely don't need that docking port for redocking. We can shut off interstage nodes. Truth be told, we probably don't even need the avionics package here. Yeah, Shadow Swords. Brother, I used to, back in the day, dude, I used to get way more viewers for KSP streams. Just haven't done it in a little while. See, we don't need a double avionics package here. There's one there with this design already. So, yeah, whatever. Get rid of Hey, Urban, what's up? I stream sometimes, but I go on for 4 hours and nobody would watch. You got good skills. Yeah. Shadow Swords, I have like, I don't know, 20,000 hours in KSP. I stream KSP 40 hours a week from like September of 2015 to probably about April of 2023. Like 40 hours a week mandatory KSP. Yeah, dude. Played a lot. Played a lot, dude. Played a lot. Alright. Yeah, Lemon, Jesus. Okay. I'm just thinking about how I want to make these payload adapters. You know what? I don't want to do the direct style fairing. I don't want to do that. Let's just, yeah, make this look right. In order to make this payload fairing correctly, we gotta bring out a good old ruler here. Good old test ruler. To make the adapter. Okay. This one won't be as easy as making that adapter, guys, because I have to adapt fairing to another fairing. Just give me a second. We'll get this done. Okay, cool. Kerbin Orbit Rendezvous is the mission. I'm launching the capsule and the upper stage on a heavy lift vehicle, and then launching the lander on a light duty vehicle. Or on a smaller vehicle. Rendezvousing them in lunar orbit, and then doing a landing that way. I had a little bit of a thing with one of my buddies that works at a spaceflight journalism outfit that I work at too, about, you know, how this consolidated architecture could work a lot better. For the Artemis program in real life. Just getting up the dimensions for this interstage piece that I need. That's about how long I need this thing to be. And now I need to move this whole shebang bang forward. Right? Like that. And then we need to get the inner fairing diameter. Cool. All right, that gives us the dimensions for this fairing here, right? And then we got to separate the stack because it'll collide with the other fairing if we don't get this right. So move that out like this, and now we build the fairing. Okay, cool. Get rid of the rulers. We don't need those. So now we should be able to just absolute snap this right back up into position. Boom. And then should be able to select this and just... Hey, get back here. There you go. How's the stream going? It's good, senpai. Good, senpai. Give me 1 second, dudes. You gonna keep the round shape fairing at the top? Yes. I'm guessing with 20,000 hours of game time, you must have developed some warp shift fusion. Yeah, we used Kraken drives to do a grand tour one time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sorry, I'm trying to coordinate some time here with NSF about Booster 19 rolling back. What are we cooking today? Well, I have my Taurus capsule, which is my Orion analog for stock KSP, with a Centaur, an amalgamated Centaur 5 behind it, and then I have that on top of Direct. That should be good enough for what we're trying to do. Never heard of a Kraken drive. Ever done a nuclear-powered rocket? Yes, I showed you a nuclear-powered stage that I did yesterday, Pigeon. Like, that was like literally yesterday. In KSP. Yeah, I know. Like, I showed you. You asked this same question yesterday. Hey, Lost Rogue, what's up, man? Long time no see. How you been doing? All right, man. I'm all right. Can you fly that nuclear rocket for us, the one you showed yesterday? No. No, I want to do this. Like, not to be mean. No. Like, let me finish this, dude. We have conflicting AGs. Launch escape system separation is the same as SRB sep. You can always do both at the same time. Not really that much of a conflicting thing. 5-6. The RCS light toggle navigation. Okay. Yeah, it's just when we separate the SRBs, it'll jettison the launch escape system. I don't really think I want that. Actually, will it? I don't think so. I think that's just an RCS toggle. Where the hell is the LAS jettison then? Oh, it's bound to AG0. Yeah, that would have ended real good. All right, so let's bind LAS abort. Make sure, well, let me make sure the sequencer is still working. Yep, that has everything in it. Okay. Play sequence 9 and take it out of 10. There we go. 4 is an RCS toggle on the capsule. All right, I'm just making sure there's no conflicting action groups between the vehicles that I just kit bashed together. You don't need to pop the LAS and separate the SRBs at the same time. That would end poorly. Right now, I didn't have it set to SRB SEP. My launch abort sequencer was tied to booster ignition. Yeah, so when we separated, it would have popped the capsule off Mercury style. Crazy idea using the abort AG. I hate using the abort AG. Yeah, I don't like doing that. I mean, but then again, with this, it's all sequenced on the cal, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Have you seen the updates coming to Starfield? Somebody told me about it, Taylor, but I haven't seen it. Is this RSS that seemed over-engineered for low Kerbin orbit? It's not RSS and it's not over-engineered. It's actually directly suited for application here.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Swords, I do all my analysis out with Delta V. I don't. I mean, we could use the calculations there, but I'd like to show people, to teach people how all this stuff works. I mean, I am kit bashing my stuff, which is something I usually don't do. I usually design for purpose and design for application, but the whole thing here is that we need to get it done quick, just like the Block 1S architecture for SLS. So yeah, kit bashing. I really don't like doing that, but it's okay. I think it's going to be pretty good. I really enjoyed Starfield when it came out. We played it for about a month in September of, what, 2024? It was fun, dude. Postal, 65-month resub. Thank you. So, yeah, I might, my sleep schedule's already screwed up, so I probably am gonna do a Booster 19 rollback stream tonight for NSF. The rollback, the road closure opens at midnight. You know, it's gonna be good. Guten Abend. Guten Abend, mein Freund. Wie geht's? Yeah. Yeah. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. You ready for a long night? I mean, Sawyer, I didn't get around to do Starlink 1046 this morning because wind knocked out my power. And we had a disgusting windstorm come through, like hurricane, Category 1 hurricane winds. Because, sure, right? And I was like so worried a tree was gonna come down or something, so I didn't sleep at all last night. I went to bed at like 5, 4 or 5 o'clock. Because timelines. Yep. But, Sawyer, you know, side note here, I have my Orion analog, my Taurus capsule, on top of a Centaur 5 analog, on top of Direct. You know, that's cool. How about we test this? But yeah, I guess we're doing it, dude. So let's get her done, man. I need to reset my sleep schedule anyway. It's probably a good way to do it. I'm probably gonna need to go grab coffee. Wait, what was this NSF challenge? Sawyer, do you remember at the end of the Flame Trench when I was like launching SLS and B1S and then having something like New Glenn move the lander up, and provided that you can mitigate boil off with Centaur, using Centaur for circularization around the moon with Orion and a lander is actually a pretty good solid way to get to the moon really fast. And Max was like, no, it's not. And I'm like, dude, I'll do it in Kerbal. He's like, okay, do it. Max sounds just like that. Yeah. I was like, I'll bet you I could get that done in less than a week in Kerbal. And he was like, all right, do it. So, here we are. Actually, he... Help. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, we really got to make sure our payload adapters work in this configuration. We still might run into some weird fairing separation stuff, but so Sawyer, actually, you'll dig this, dude. So this is my Taurus capsule. The Taurus capsule is it's an Orion analog, and dude, like, look at that. That looks like one fairing, right? Nope, 3 fairings. You have your Orion service module shroud, right? You have your heat shield cradle right there, see it? And then the last works exactly the same as Orion. Yeah, that took some time to get that thing freaking right. But it's that 3-piece fairing. You know how Orion has the, like, part of the shroud, right, is actually, you know, this part of the shroud never deploys. That's part of the service module, right? Yeah, I have an inner-outer hatch equivalent, etc., etc. Yeah, exactly. See? Like, I mean, what I would do if I was going to make a crew access arm for this is I would have a lander can right here and have the Kerbals go into the lander can and then ingress that way, right? But, yeah. I just kit bash this on top of Direct because I don't really have a good high-fidelity SLS because we don't really have 5-segment SRBs in stock KSP. We could fudge it, but I don't have the time. I said to Max that I would get this done quick, so... I'm pretty sure he forgot about it at this point. Like, I'm going to come back and be like, I landed on the moon. He's going to be like, what are you talking about? But it was still some good Kerbal content. All right. Where is that decoupler? That is not staged correctly. We don't need to deploy the capsule. That's okay. So that's upper stage separation right there. Upper stage separation, upper stage ignition. And that would be capsule sep. Now, where is this fairing in the action groups? How much ablator do you have? Oh, I have full ablator, and my heat shield works. So, you know. I'm a little bit concerned about deploying the Orion shield. Deploying it into this fairing, so... We will switch that to a confetti fairing, and that should make that work. Either that or it's going to blow up. I mean, whatever. I won't put crew on this flight because, you know, you probably want to get an end-to-end flight test on your capsule before you put crew on it. to make sure that everything works. You know, probably be a good idea. It do be looking good, though. Yeah, but change the heat shield after that. Yeah, you get it, you get it. That's Charlie if it has enough. Yeah. Orange and ignition. SRB sequence. Separator controller. Okay. LAS jettison. All right, we should be good. Let's see what this does. It'll probably break, but, you know, we'll have fun launching it. What are you launching? What are you using to launch the lander? It would be funny to launch it on an Ares 1 style vehicle. I could very much do that, Ator. Yeah, we could do that. I don't have an Ares 1 per se. The vehicle that I have is a 4-segment shuttle SRB with a Saturn V S4B on top of it. And that's very good at what it does. Ooh, little weeble wobbles, huh? Alright, we'll send it anyway. Alright, let me just review my abort controllers just to make sure everything is good. Okay, separation. Abort controller is set to AG9. RCS toggles are 4, 5, 6, but 4 is also the SRB separation. That's not that big of a deal. It's not a problem. We can enable the thrusters and just shut RCS off. AG1, Action Group 1, is SVI initiate. Okay, we're good. All right. Let's see what she does. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Do I have a New Glenn's equivalent? Something like that. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we got a liftoff. Cleared the tower. Go for hamster program. Okay, vehicle's pitching over. We're in 1 Alpha, abort contingency.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
30 seconds, throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. The real one does that, Sam. That's the truth. Watch it. Watch the Artemis 1 footage. The real LAS wobbles around during liftoff. And during rollback, for what it's worth. Vehicle's transonic. We have maximum dynamic pressure. Everything's looking good. Come on, stay on an even keel. Okay, go at throttle up. Rust tailing off and SRB standing by for separation. SRB separation confirmed. Guidance systems now converging. Onboard computers commanding main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming stack for a precise target in space for main engine cutoff. You can still say that with this vehicle, just saying. Okay, LAS jettison. Yeah, I don't think I bound that action group, right? Because we just jettisoned the capsule. It's good to know that that works, though. Good to know that that works. So, we did that right. I hit the wrong key. Oh my god, I gotta play more Kerbal. I'm out of practice. I was like, LAS jettison. Yeah. Hit 9. That's what I bounded to. No, that's the abort controller. Yeah, we just jettisoned the capsule. If there are people on this, they'd be over there now. So, that's good. But that means we get to see another launch, so that's great. All right, let me just double check my AGs again, just to make sure that we're in the right. Impromptu in-flight abort. Hey, it worked. And that was a good SRB separation. You know, maybe I did that because I wanted to see another SRB separation. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. All right. Seriously though, let's make sure we get this right. Okay, so that would be jettisoned, and then, hey, the launch abort controller worked great actually, despite being rebound. Well, the front fell off. Yeah, I assure you, that's not very normal. Expensive launch abort test. Test how you fly, though, yeah? And yeah, dude, the clean separation. I had to go digging through NASA technical report servers, and I found the exact positions and angles of the separator motors for the SRBs to get them to separate exactly like the real ones. Like, that took that sequencing the SRB separator controllers took an insanely long amount of time. Yeah, that's why I'm just using what I have, because that SRB separation is ace, and I love watching it. I'm not even kidding. So, at this point in the flight, what's this controller? Or what's this? Okay. Where's my main detach? The hell? Oh, there it is. So this would go down in this AG here. And that should consolidate the action groups correctly. That's the trigger that we need right there. Cool. All right. Let's, I was seeing a little bit of weebly wobblies, so can't have weebly wobblies, chat. A little more than I'm comfortable with, so let's just run a couple of struts like, no, not like that. There we go. That should keep the weebly wobblies more or less at bay. What I really need to do is, obviously we got to test the jettison of the launch abort system, and then we have to test the shroud jettison too, which I'm not 100% sure where that fairing is. There it is. So the shroud jettison is going to happen before stage separation. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I just found out I can remove dirt I placed. I am an island boy. Oh wait. Okay. The shroud jettison is really Yeah, that's the only part I'm kind of worried about. We know that the in-flight abort works, so test as you fly, like you guys said in YouTube chat. Yeah, I even have a thrust tail off, dude. My SRB's throttled down. They're programmed with a CAL controller to modulate the thrust limiter to simulate tail off. You can do it. There's a way to do it. That's why if you look at them, they're still firing. There's still exhaust coming out, just like the real ones during separation. It's an exact copy. And it works just like the real one. It looks sick when we're using the shuttle. I'm not going to lie to you. It looks amazing. I'll have to show you. All right, let's try this again. Okay. Engine's on. T-minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff. Okay. Okay, we cleared the pad. Go for roll program. Okay, pitch over is looking good. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. Oh, I have all kinds of tricks that you can do in KSP to make stuff look awesome, Fox. Okay, vehicles supersonic, maximum dynamic pressure. Okay, starting to pitch over. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. I also have the Clydesdales, guys, in case you were wondering. I have the Clydesdales hacked to simulate, to have 8 degrees of thrust vector control. I modified a craft file to do that because I wanted to get this thing to fly like the real one. Thrust tailing off, SRB standing by for separation. Got a good separation. Okay, let's try this again. We don't need service module ignition until much, much later. Eight degrees on either side. Okay. Okay, stand by for launch abort system jettison. LAS jettison confirmed. Hell yeah. Very nice. That's what I was trying to do in the other flight. Okay, shroud jettison. This is gonna suck. I think this might pop. I'm gonna throttle down for it here. And hey, it worked. All right. Nice. That's on purpose, don't worry. It's induced. Stand by for MECO. Throttling down for main engine cutoff. MECO confirmed. Okay. Upper stage separation. Core stage separation confirmed. Want to see something cool? Watch this. Yeah, Dean, I did a little bit of a radial in because I was watching the launch abort system and not the trajectory. Yeah, it wouldn't let me switch. Now that was the end of that. Oh, it still occludes the fairings. Come on. Slow her down. The fairing includes shoot deployment. You have to manually trigger them. I'll have to bind that to an action group or something. But it works. But wait! There's more! I couldn't switch to the other booster in time, but... go fish them out and bring them back. I have a way to refuel SRBs in KSP without reverting. Yeah, we could invert a cow controller on the thrust limiter and generate solid rocket fuel. We could do it. We could reuse SRBs in this game. Why couldn't we? Recovering one would have been more than what NASA's recovering. Yeah, I know. That would have been nice to do. Where's that core stage at? Core stage is... oh, there it is. Beginning boost pump chill down on the Centaur. Would it be a good idea to recover them now? Yes. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. 5-segment SRBs, though, would require the parachutes to be redesigned a little bit. But... or, well, the parachute deployment mechanism. But, yeah, that would be a good idea. It's... oop, that was a little too early. I knocked the throttle key. Yeah, it's almost like we were going to figure out a way to do that if we'd launched it on Ares. If we'd launched the 5 segments with Ares 1 a couple of times, we would have been able to figure out how to, you know, make that 5-segment reusable. But, you know, we didn't. Why bother with extra work, right? Smirks, I got an idea. Let's make a shuttle-derived launch vehicle and take all the things that made the shuttle good and just not do that. Let's just not do that part. You know? $117 by $115. We got good ignition. All right. How much delta V does this thing have? 3422. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just finish it whenever. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think it's safe to say that that all works pretty damn well, actually. This thing is sporting 3.4 kilometers a second delta V. That's, yeah, that's enough. That's enough to go to the moon. Yeah, that's enough to go to the moon and land. But, you gotta remember, it's enough to go to the moon and land, but we need the lander. Gotta give Taurus the CEV solar panels, yeah. What orbit are you going for? Right now, we're just in a circularized orbit around Kerbin. Yeah, no, that's probably a stupid idea. Wait, I have a fuel cell in this thing? Oh, it really is reusable, Centaur. All right. Hell yeah. Could have just used that. All right. Well, we know that this thing works, dudes. So, let me think. I know my capsule RCS works, so... Hey, Nazlik, what's up? Honestly, we just got to get the lander up here. And I think we'll just do an uncrewed test flight. Now, let's go back down to the Space Center. This thing will be fine. It can, like I said, with Centaur Aces, the thing could loiter for as long as you want. Now, in reality, we'd have people on the Orion capsule, but we already would have probably gotten a lander ready to go. Let me go find a lander. I'm pretty sure I got something lying around somewhere that we can use. This is all good, but can you take this to Volcanus? Yeah. Now, I think I suggested, like, doing, launching a lander on New Glenn. I would prefer New Glenn in this type of architecture because of the bigger fairing. So... Do you have one that's either Starship or Blue Moon Mark II derived? No, I have something similar to Blue Moon Mark II, but... So, Sawyer, in the last career mode that I did, I had this crazy idea. I know. It's a crazy idea. So, I had this crazy idea about, you know, to kind of, if we wanted to make a lander quickly for going back to the moon, and something, provided we could get an Orion into low lunar, right? I had this crazy idea about taking an ESM and making that into a descent module. Now, actually not even making it into a descent module, just making it into your lander. Yeah, I know. It sounds a little bit nuts when you think about it, but also at the same time, the ESM has a crazy amount of delta V. It has a lot of delta V. even with that big bulky freaking capsule of an Orion on top of it, dude, if you simplified Orion, right, or just made a kind of a bespoke pressure vessel, right, like something that's super lightweight with Orion's avionics inside of it, and we did do the math behind this. This absolutely will work. Right? If you made like kind of a lightweight Orion, obviously take the heat shield out. You don't need that. Take the heat shield, the separation mechanisms. You don't need any of that. You don't need none of that. Take the you don't want to take the docking port off. But do some Orion-derived cylindric pressure vessel with an airlock inside of it instead, or just capsule depress, right? You could use Orion's avionics to, and because it already interfaces with the ESM, right? You make a new pressure vessel that's kind of more resembling an ascent module, but minus the, ascent motors and whatnot. You have enough delta V to get down to the surface and back. In real solar system, not just in KSP. So I have a lander. My lander is basically an Orion capsule without the Orion capsule with the ESM. And instead of solar panels here, you have landing legs. We did the math out, dude. Like, yeah, if we did some type of composite pressure vessel up here instead of Orion, because Orion's super freaking heavy, the Orion capsule itself is really, really heavy. It's 10 tons, right? Now, just a little bit of reference here, okay? The LEM, the entire lunar excursion module, the whole thing is 16 tons, okay? And I started doing some math. Orion has enough to shoot out on a translunar injection to Gateway, all right? With that bulky freaking capsule attached to it, dude. Even coming down from, coming down from Gateway is kind of pushing it, but if you built a new pressure vessel for this with Orion's avionics off the shelf, right, and just quite actually just attached the European service module to it, right? Landing legs, boom. Instant lander. If you could get Orion and this lander to low lunar, it easily can go up and down from the surface. Lunar SSTO, like easily a lunar SSTO. And I ended up doing it in Kerbal, but I also, we did the calculations out for real solar system. It's absolutely a thing. You could do that. I don't know why we don't do that in real life. That's a good idea. Go to Lockheed, say, hey, put landing legs on this and get like all the stuff that, like, take the heat shield off. Like, how heavy is that damn heat shield, right? If you could get your command module in our proverbial lander design here down to half of that, like 5 tons, right? Oh, yeah, you could just land with that. Easy. Yeah, super, super simple. Like, look, the ESM it has a lot of delta V, actually. That's a ton. Heck, you could probably just land an Orion down on the surface, but then again, I'm not sure you'd be able to have you'd have the delta V to get back up. But yeah, you just build a freaking Orion derived lander, and you could even co-manifest that on an SLS if we were still using the EUS, and there you go. You just need to use the EUS for circularization because the service module is a gigantic pile of dookie. But here, let me go see if I can find it. RDM prototype 2025. Yeah, there it is. That's it, but it's not. It's missing pieces. That was a concept. Nope. Moon Crane 5. Oh yeah, there it is. But that's just the descent module. Where's the whole damn lander? Ah, there we go. Don't forget to budget the mass for the wire harness. No. You jest. Surely you jest. I know how to engineer a space program, or at least concept of operations and systems engineering. Surely you jest. Why? How you would forget the wire harness? Oh my goodness. Could be enough. It's only a few extra kilograms, right? Yeah. 15. What's 1,500 kilos between friends, dude? Is that the one that ran out of fuel on ascent from the moon? No, that was an older version of that. Oh, look, it's already there. Ah, who would have thought? But that's not the right version, unfortunately. Just seeing SpaceX is rolling back Booster 19. Yeah. Yeah. Give it a second. There we go. Perfect. Cool. So, we'll launch the lander on my Ares 7 vehicle. Yeah, this thing is pretty good. This is a pretty good little launch vehicle. You'll see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Waz, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? Well, my ESM-derived lander hellfish would be pretty straightforward and simple to make. It's just because you're using international supply chains, it might take a little bit longer to make than another. How much can this thing lob to LKO? Yes. This thing can move a fair bit. Let me just make sure my separation sequencer is working correctly. It is. Good. All right. Let's go. That's an awfully big fairing for this design, but whatever. It's not New Glenn, it's it's Ares 7. It's my own design, dude. I just called it Ares 7 because I couldn't think of another name. And I needed to give it a name. Its name before was Medium Launch Vehicle. It's kind of... So this is kind of an amalgam. Think like cars from like GTA, right? Cars from GTA aren't exact copies of like real life cars. They're kind of a... Like if there's a Mustang in GTA, the front of it's a Mustang, the back of it's a Camaro, just to skirt copyright. That's what this is. It ended up kind of, and that wasn't actually on purpose. This rocket ended up looking like this because I wanted a rocket that was specifically like super low carbon orbit optimized partial reusability. Think of it like it's a rocket that's really built around low carbon orbit access reusability. So a Falcon 9 that for the Kerbal universe, so to speak. Oh, Jeb and Bill are on board. Yeah, we should probably not have them on board. Medium launch vehicle? That'd be awful if programs just use something generic like, I don't know, Space Launch System. Yeah, that would suck. Alright, you guys can get off of that. We'll just do an all-up test here today with no Kerbals. Did NASA ever think about a single stage with an emergency second stage setup? No. Hellfish, that's bad systems engineering. Why would you have an emergency stage? Why do you need an emergency stage? Are you expecting something to explode? You're thinking about it backwards, dude. You ever find out anything from the static fire? No. Alright, I gotta take a wicked yes here. I'll be right back 1 second, then we launch this. Let's roll. Ah. That was a little too long, but hey, whatever. All right. Here we go. All engines are on. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and liftoff. Ares 7, carrying our lunar lander for Kerbin Orbit Rendezvous. What did I bind my separator to? Hold on. Okay, it is AG4. Cool. Throttling back. Vehicles transonic. We have maximum dynamic pressure. Throttling up. Stand by for Miko. Okay, we have Miko confirmed. Stage separation. Upper stage ignition. Good upper stage ignition. Bearing separation. Bearing separation confirmed. All right, switching back over here. RCS is online. Boost back. Boost back burn. Okay, boost back burn is complete. Reorienting the stage. Stage reorientation is confirmed. Pitch. Yaw. Roll. Okay, all control surfaces are working. All right, we're above 70, switching back over to the second stage. They're adding a Fred to Starfield, but with big antennas. Really? Yeah, I guess Starfield's having a big patch. Probably gonna have to go see what's up, dude. Hey, Jet Route, what's up, man? I'm gonna have to look at that, dude. Oh, missed it by that much. Whatever. We can do some stuff there in a moment. Okay, we have engine cutoff confirmed, nominal orbit. Apparently you can travel between the planets. Interesting. Stand by for exo-atmospheric deceleration burn. That's the wrong way, dickhead. Oh, yeah? Yeah. You gotta fly the damn thing backwards, remember? Because, you know, you're going backwards. This one's not looking great. You know, I'm gonna turn my other engines on, and we are going to try to stop in time. It's probably not gonna happen, but you know. Okay, landing leg deploy. Yeah, well. Close enough. What do you mean cannot switch vessels when moving through the atmosphere? I'm not moving. We're not moving over the surface, game. We're floating over the surface. Okay. For Pete's sake. Bingo, right in the center. No, 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 no. Yeah, I turned the wrong way after the SSRP, and that screwed me all up. I forgot you had to fly it backwards. Because you got to fly it. The controls are inverted because you're flying it backwards. And I know what people are going to say. Well, why don't you just switch the controls? Trust me, that makes it even harder. Yeah, it's better flying it backwards. It's easier to control. Last boss for the link. Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of something. That first link worked, dude. The gist of the update in the DLC. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll check that out later. But if we had gotten that over the landing site, that would have been perfect. Mind you, that Falcon 9 that landed in the ocean. Yeah, CRS-16, booster 1050. Yes, sir. Yeah, mine didn't spin. I just flew it wrong. That was a guidance system problem, not a design, not a hydraulic problem or anything. Nice. Pretty good for line of sight. Thanks. Okay, stand by for payload deploy. We have a good lander payload deploy. Okay, bye-bye. Cool, we don't need that no more. Okay, let's do checkout on the lander. First thing we got to do. Unlock that. That's unlocked. And... Okay. Just pretend there's locking collets or something in the legs after they deploy so they don't, you know, move. Just pretend. Also, why is there wheel authority on this thing? Gross. I always have manual RCS enabled because it's a deliberate thing. Because I want to make it so you actually think about it before turning on all the RCS on this thing. That's an intentional design implementation from me. Let's just do a thruster control checkout, make sure all the thrusters are working correctly before we go and rendezvous with the capsule and the lander. Like I said, I made sure I didn't want to put this on action groups because if I put it on AGs, they could conflict with other vehicles that it docks to. If I just leave this thing, if I manually enable all the RCS and then just leave them on, then that's just the RCS controller. And so whatever this thing can attach to, right? Whatever it attaches to, it'll control the attitude control. So if I attach my capsule to this, right? If we attach the Taurus capsule to this, which we will, the Taurus capsule doesn't need to waste its RCS trying to move this thing. This thing will use its RCS for attitude control. Because I can toggle the RCS on the capsule. I'd rather be able to do that than on the lander. Plus, I don't want conflicting action groups. And I know what people are going to say. Oh, you should just use action group sets. Yeah, that's too much to keep track of, dude. I'd rather just be able to click on this and see if they're working or not. Much easier. All right. Forward thrusters. Okay. Translation thrusters. Yaw. Or that's pitch. Yaw. Roll. Okay, cool. We have full thruster control. Good, good. Stage is on its disposal trajectory. Set this as target. We should have a pretty good rendezvous with it. We might need to shore it up with the lander just a smidge. That's kind of weird phasing right there. 1800 should be able to get us in the right spot. No 6-off lock. No. I check out all my thrusters, guys. Every mission. I do a manual checkout like this. Anytime I put this thing or the capsule up in the air, I always do a manual checkout on the thrusters. Always. It's Kerbal. Does it matter? No. Is it gonna like cook a thruster like Starliner? No. It's more about me making sure that I didn't do something dumb on the ground with the craft file. Like if I do a thruster checkout and the capsule isn't doing the thruster checkout correctly, what did I change? Why did I change it? Are we still able to do this mission because I screwed something up? It's more of a idiot check than anything. Yes, I haven't watched it, Hellfish, but you don't need to I was telling you guys that was a big deal when it happened. You know, I didn't need Barry Wilmore to tell me. That was not a good thing that happened there. Part of your flight operations, that's right. It was worse. Bad control. Control point was wrong. Hey, Iceman. Should have noticed that in the thruster control checkout that the controls were inverted because our control point was wrong, but that's okay. What year do you think we get back to the moon? 2028? At least that's my hope. I'm watching my rate controls. These things. That's not what I wanted to do. I hit the wrong button. And this is why I idiot-proof check everything, dudes. I'm just a little rusty right now. I was trying to iron out the rates there, but didn't get that exactly right. Whatever, it's just a fuel we need to land on the moon. No big deal. Shut down engine. Engine purge out is complete. All right, now it's just station keeping. Station keeping our trajectory to lock in that rendezvous as we get closer. We have about a 1,300 meter intercept. Yeah, let's see. We can dial it in, 700. 600. $600 is good enough. Okay, rates are under 0.01 degrees a second radian on all three axes. Where's our target? Where's our target? Where are you? There you are. Yeah, we got to iron out a little bit of differential orbital plane here. That shouldn't be too hard. Okay. We are 1,100 in closing. Our close rate is 44 meters a second, though. We're going way too fast. Oh, hi, Mark. Gonna be a little bit sloppy with this rendezvous, but this will work. Ready? Yeet! Yeet! That's not the cleanest RPO rendezvous proximity operations we've done, but, you know, it'll work. Okay. Just need a quick pulse on the motor. Hang on a minute. Closing at 1.3 meters a second. Shutting down the engine, we shouldn't need it anymore. It should just be all on monopropellant from here. Iron out your rotational rates there to make sure the vehicle's oriented correctly. Rotational rates are ironed out. There we go. Still got a little bit of a roll. 2.63 roll rate. That's not right. .63 degrees a second radian roll rate was imparted during translational RCS control, which means I didn't have the thrusters completely checked out. And that's why I usually do it, but I'm rusty and didn't catch it that time. We should not have any pitch heading and roll rate in changes through translation control. Okay, doing a slight course correction here. Target close rate is 2 meters a second. Yep, missed a thruster block. My thruster checkout wasn't good enough because I'm superbly rusty at this right now. Okay, let's get this rendezvoused up. Okay, shutting off SAS. We are in full manual control. Yeah, clusters of thrusters is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Reorienting the vehicle for rendezvous. Okay. Our heading is close to the vehicles, so now what we're going to need to do is just do a little bit of, okay, iron out the roll rates again. Roll, pitch, and yaw rates. YPR rates are nil. Initiate close. Closing, distance closing. We're 100 meters out. All right. Too much. Okay. Just get the vehicle into the proper orientation. Okay, let's do this. Monoprop tanks still looking good. We got plenty of fuel. Okay. We're going to initiate at close speed or approach speed of 1 meter a second. 1 meter a second approach is good. Press the nav ball. Let's go. Okay, we're right on the ball. "46 meters in closing." Center. Center. We're centered, dude. Don't worry. Decreasing close speed at 30 meters to 0.5 meters a second. Decreasing speed to 0.2 meters a second. We're inside of 20 meters. Point 1, 10 centimeters a second. Final adjustments. Chop. Soft capture confirmed. I know we called chop, but that's not... Soft capture mechanism isn't retracting there. What's going on here? There we go. Hard capture confirmed. Something cool you could try for a future KRPC project is a rendezvous program using Clohessy-Wiltshire linearized equations and some orbital propagation. No. I'll just do that. I'll just do that. No, Lava, we could, but yeah, that woo. No, yeah, that'd be kind of cool, but yeah, that was a thank you. I can do a lot better than that, but it's all right. All right, let's shoot the moon. Just dialing in the trajectory. 16. $137. That's going to be a little bit too high. All right, cool. We have our trajectory dialed. Stage is reading at 2421. So, yeah, we should have more than enough to get this done, dudes. Especially if the stage is doing our circ burn around the moon. This should be pretty easy. So I put us in a free return. It's not the cleanest free return, to be honest with you. I probably could, yeah. You know what? We have some time. Let's clean it up. That's a pretty poopy doopy free return. $190. Yeah, that'll work. That's fine. It's not gonna get us as close of an approach as we would like, but we can do course corrections. Yeah, like I said, this is not the stupidest way to do this. I'd prefer to put the lander on the heavy launch vehicle and not the people, but kind of doing it backwards. Okay. We are good and in phase for TLI. TKI, translunar injection. It'd be too much information. Rendezvous and dock is so satisfying. Agreed. 3 minute 25. All right, so chat, we are go for translunar. Yeet! With the Centaur, though, it's going to take a second. We don't have the thrust to weight ratio that we would like, but that's okay. Would it make sense to launch the capsule and lander together and then meet with an upper stage? No. Pigzig, if we're gonna opt for a heavy launch vehicle and a medium launch vehicle, I'd prefer to crew rate the smaller vehicle. And then keep your heavy launch vehicle, keep your heavy launch vehicle for lander mass, because you're going to need it to get more down mass capability. Launching the lander on a smaller vehicle really doesn't make any sense. Once again, kind of furthering, not theory, the fact that SLS is an amalgam architecture. It's just a compilation of stuff that different senators wanted to keep after the Constellation program got canned. You guys ever hear me talk about how, you can't just go and be like, oh, I want to, people say viewers say oh, if I was an NASA administrator, I'd cancel the entire SLS program. Not really wholly understanding that is the reason why we have SLS in the first place, because somebody said, oh, I want to cancel the entire Constellation architecture because I don't like it. Yeah, that never usually ends well. Ever. It's really funny to me how people fall into this logic trap all the time. It was the Senate launch system because they tried to give us because we wanted to get rid of Constellation, and Congress did not agree with that, which was, people can harp on Congress all they want. That was the right call, and I am sick of pretending like it's not. Now I want Reed to say yeet at translunar injection. Yeet. Blast maybe. Those engine looks like the ones from Prometheus in Stargate. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is prototypical of a Centaur. Like, Centaur, you have long duration burns. Stand by. Yeah. The burn took so long that we're kind of out of phase, but that's okay. Okay, we got a little swirly. All right. Warp. Oh, hi, Moon. What's new with you? How's your moon life? All right. So this is what I mean. You have really awesome potential if you can use the Centaur 5 for lunar capture. Because, you know, yeah, you can get all the way down into low lunar. I'll show you here in a second. Okay. We're in the right phase. Stand by for lunar capture. Kinda sucks to see Gateway may be cancelled. I hope Halo, the power propulsion element, still launch. Kai, I think sending Gateway into low lunar is a good idea. Especially if Orion can do this with Centaur, dump it into low. If Centaur can dump Orion into low lunar, then we got some good stuff going on. That could be very useful. Okay, we got a good capture. All right, stand by for Centaur disposal. So I put that on a suborbital trajectory there so we can dispose of that stage correctly. What we're going to do now is use the RCS to push us back up to a positive orbit. Oh my gosh, I don't like this. Clean shaven EJ. I shall disappear for another 3 months. What's up, Kicks? Don't even need the rest of the mission. I mean, yeah, this is supposed to be the uncrewed landing, but I think our margins are really okay. This is absolutely doable. I already know this lander works. I already know this capsule works. I already know... Yeah. It all works. Leaving the UK finally? Oh yeah, Kix? Are you coming back here or what? No, moving over to the southeast of Ireland. So where, like Waterford? Yes, Waterford, actually. Nice. That's the only thing that's there. That's how I knew. That's the only thing that's there, you know? That's how I, yeah, Kix, that's how I knew, but that's cool, man. Right on. Okay, we're gonna activate the SPS here. Reorient the vehicle for circularization. Have you been to Waterford? The only place in Ireland that I've ever been to is Dublin. And that was just the airport, dude. So I basically never... I would say that I have never been there. Dude, I love this capsule. This is the best capsule I've ever made. And quite possibly the best lander that I've ever made. Connecting flight to Ferrari land. Yeah, something like that. Lander looks great, early 2000s Altier. It's a service, it's the service module, dude. It's the SM with a lander attachment on top of it. It's Orion's service module. I still think they should do this. I still think this is a good idea. You want to do a lander relatively expedient, your descent module's already made. You just got to make a new pressure vessel. Or just make another Orion and have it lose some body fat, but whatever. Okay, stand by for lunar cert. Low lunar circularization. Verify control point is working. All right, let's go. Okay, we're in low lunar. Sweet. Lucky proposed a single-stage lander based on Orion. If Orion can get to low lunar... Actually, dude, so Kai, we calculated it out one time. Orion could get... From the gateway, you could almost use Orion to get all the way down to the surface. It would be close on the way back up. But, yeah, if you could get an Orion into low lunar, or an Orion-derived lander into low lunar, it could easily get down to the surface and back. Like, easily. It has way more delta V than you think. That service module, believe it or not, the SM does have a lot of delta V. The problem is Orion's a big, heavy capsule that's designed to basically loiter out in space by itself for a long period of time. Yeah. Would have used the existing Orion pressure vessel. Yeah, no, I know about the 4RL-10 variant. That thing was a pile of junk. That's stupid. Don't do that. Hypergauls would probably... See, like, here's the thing. A lot of people disagree with me on this one. But if you want to get back to the moon, going with... I think there's a lot of... merit in going with what you know. You already have a descent module. It has hypergolic stuff. It has hypergolic fuel. You don't need to worry about boil off. All right? If you put a lander on top of it, you'll have enough to make a single stage down to the surface and back from low lunar. You could almost get down to the surface and back from to gateway. From gateway. Right? Almost. It's not enough. From low lunar, you easily have enough. Right? You want to get back to the moon quick. This would be a good way to do it. This all kind of is predicated on the fact that Centaur could circularize Orion into low lunar. But, yeah. I don't know if you guys want to actually watch me land. I've done that a bajillion freaking times. Like, it's really up to you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
95, 95, 95, 72-month resub. Land at the moon arch. Please hold. So this is where we transfer the crew. Let me just dial in the trajectory. 1 minute, 30 seconds till PDI, power descent initiation. This background music kind of fits. I'd prefer something like this. I think this is good. Are we gonna do this with a real Kerbal? Yeah, we could. All right. Radar altimeter is on. Beautiful view. Gonna be coming down in the twilight. All right. The eagle has wings. Okay. Stand by for PDI 2, power descent initiation number 2 for terminal descent. Almost there. Yeah, this is a little bit of a low approach. Man, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, here we go. Lights are on. Probably gonna have to hop. Ground altimeter's reading 1,700 meters. Surface speed is 250 and decelerating. $200 at 1,000. $150 at 800. $400 at 50. Throttling down. Oh, okay, Bree. $200 at 17. Coming down. 100 at 14. 50, 40, 30, 20. We're in a little bit of a hover. Bringing her down. 15. 15 at 3. 3, 2, 1. Touchdown. A little crooked. Here's some rocks. We gotta hop back over to the arch, so we're gonna have to hop that way a little ways. So I'll do this manually. It's not a big deal. Ready? Yeet. Heading 270. The OIG did warn about this. Starship would be falling over. Yeah. That's why I gave my lander super wide legs, dude. She got legs. She knows how to use them. Crooked. What? Huh? Mutter, why'd you gotta go and show that? Why'd you gotta go and say something, huh? The hell's the matter with you? I don't know what happened there, but... Okay. $500, $450, $400 at 32, $300 at 27, $250 at 23, $200 at 19, $150 at 14, $100 at 8. $50 at 8, $40, $30, $20, $15, $10, $5. Touchdown. We're at the arch. Nice. Yeah, there's more flat ground up here, but that's fine. It's okay. No, see, my lander won't tip over because my center of gravity is down here somewhere. That part's actually light because there's nothing in it because it's hollow. All my engines and all my stuff is down at the bottom. All the important stuff is down there. So it really doesn't...
Discovery,
I've tipped it over
throttle
once
up.
out of a very long list of landings. Element, 95-month resub. This microwave, only 100 sub-months. That's fair. Hey, I hope these sub-months aren't too low. Everything is ants. Nice work. Mint. Yeah. This lander likes to slide. Ah, Manta, my eyes, Johnson. Alrighty. Let's get out of here. Okay, go for takeoff in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're on our way, Houston. And this is so much easier when you don't have to use the lander's fuel. In the career mode save, we had to use the damn lander's fuel to get out to the moon. When you don't have to, it's just way easier. It's just such an easy mission to do. That's good enough. 45 seconds till rendezvous burn. Go for takeoff. Matt Lown, yeah, he builds his own landing legs. I like building my own landing legs too. I agree with Matt. These are all custom using the robotics. I'd prefer these. Yeah, you're afforded a lot more creativity with how you build. You do something like this. $800 on the intercept is fine. Do custom legs suffer from the same Unity suspension glitch as stock legs? No. No, they do not. Because they're not suspension. They're robotics. Differences. And so, Mayor, what I like doing is I just use the robotics to deploy the legs. I don't want suspension. I don't want suspension. We don't need suspension. We don't need that. I lock everything. I deploy the legs and then I lock it and let auto struts do their thing. Think of it like locking collets, which is how the real stuff works. Watch your RCS level. I see it. That's why I shut off my other RCS, dude. We're good. Yeet! Oh, a little close. Woohoo! Matt Lown EJ collab. KSP Ryder Cup situation. The Death Star trench run look. Whoa! Oh, hey, what's up? There it is. Like Beggar's Canyon back home. Any news on the Artemis 2 mission? April 1st for the launch date. roll out sometime in the next 2 weeks. Or actually, next week or so, I should say. Okay, hear me out. NSF hosts a KSP tournament. It invites the biggest players. Winner gets to keep the super chat funds. Hey Rob, I'm doing all right. Look at the view we got. I'm doing just fine. SLS rollout's on the 20th. Thank you, John. Run out of power or something? That was weird. Okay. Vehicles are lined up for rendezvous proximity operations. Okay. We have correct orientation. 50 meters out, 0.6 meters a second approach. Lights look good. How do you do, fellow spacecraft? I subscribed 10 seconds ago. Dude, are you really that good at Kerbal? I have 20,000 hours in KSP, Brian. I would hope I'm that good. Yeah, 20,000. I played Kerbal for 40 hours a week. Every week. From 2015 to 2023. KSP 2 kind of killed it. But I still enjoy playing KSP 1. It's been my job for almost a decade. Well, actually, for more than a decade. I use it to teach people about orbital mechanics, dude. Like what Scott does. Or Matt Lown. or Shadow Zone. I know all those guys. I'm actually pretty good buddies with most of them. I just usually stream on Twitch, dude. I didn't stream on YouTube for the longest time. 12 meters a second, closing 0.3. 12 meters a second distance, 0.3 meters a second close rate. I'm blown away, man. Oh, thanks, dude. Oh, you didn't even know the half of it, dude. All right. Close speed, do 10 centimeters a second. Chop. Soft capture confirm. Yep. There we go. We have drive hook engage, hard capture. Chop indicates crew hands off position. I usually do that when the docking port magnetization takes over, but my alignment pins are being a little temperamental today. Whatever. Yeah, the docking port's in Kerbal magnetized, Phantom. But what I did was I took flags and I made a, you know, the community made a little texture for me for the flags to make them look like docking port pedals. And what I do is I use that for alignment. The docking ports it'll only allow a hard capture when they're lined up. Exactly. That's just for ease of access and proximity operations. I know how to orient the vehicle to get a good capture every time. And also this, how I originally wanted it designed was that so the hatches line up, but they're on opposite sides in this design. I mean, we could just rotate that in the craft file, rotate that 180 degrees, and then we could go hatch to hatch in case this doesn't work. But well, someone gave up on the glasses real quick. What? Oh, from yesterday. Oh yeah, no, I didn't forget. I didn't give up. I just forgot. Here. There you go. Dude, I was up until 4 in the morning last night, making sure my house didn't get blown away from a freaking windstorm that I'm frankly getting sick of. That's like the 8th freak windstorm we've had this winter, including one during a frigging blizzard. Now we're just missing the music. We can't do that. Here, I could get something similar from All Systems playlists here. Yeah, how about this? Good enough. Did I give your snowblower a workout? Yeah. Actually, the Arians is broken, guys. We have to fix it. The STA-24 is broke. Again, something's wrong with the drive mechanism. It doesn't shift. What's this game? Kerbal Space Program is a spaceflight simulator where you build and engineer your own spacecraft and go and explore the Kerbin solar system. What is one KSP challenge that you enjoyed the most and one that maybe got away you wouldn't mind taking another swing at? Most of my challenges that I do are self-imposed. The one that got away the most from me, guys, is a fully reusable space shuttle stack. Well, fully reusable space shuttle. i.e. land the shuttle, right? Take old payloads out. Put new payloads in without recovering the vehicle, right? Rolling it back to the pad, and then attaching it to a new shuttle stack, and then launching it again. Reusable shuttles are something like fully reusable shuttles is something I never I wanted to do it, but we never ended up doing it. That's a lot of work, dude, building a big pad like that. Is it in any way similar to Space Engineers? This is much more realistic than Space Engineers do. Much more realistic. How much of the infrastructure could you reuse from Venture Star? Yeah, I could probably reuse a lot, but yeah, scratch building might be a good idea just to remember how to do it. But anyway, Brian, what's up, dude? 57 U.S. vet. Hey, thanks for your service. I don't wear this hat for no reason. I love watching Falcon 9s land on the barges. And I'm also into the Artemis program. So, Brian, I am a commentator for a space news organization called NASA Spaceflight. How many rocket launches do I watch? All of them. If I don't catch one live, dude, and live stream it here, I watch the replay. Like the Starlink 1046 that launched this morning, and then there was another Starlink mission last night that launched out of Vandenberg. 17 something or other. 17-24. Yeah, dude. I watched the first Falcon 9 landing live, dude. And the first Falcon Heavy landing live. Yeah, I was there. I was in Florida. How much of the problem was in the reuse was the PC? I'm starting to learn, Rockets, that most of it was the PC. My PC just couldn't handle that many parts. Hey, Copper. What's up, man? So, yeah, Brian, how into it? Yes. Yeah, dude. Spaceflight and cars are my thing, dude. Corned beef reminder. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we should probably send this thing home, huh? You need to pick my brain for a moment and everybody else's. My dad just spent a lot of money getting this place fixed up. He would like to come up and see the work that has been done. The problem is he's in a wheelchair and he can't use his legs at all. The maintenance man here has no idea. There's almost 500 people in your channel right now. If anyone has an idea, please let me know. What do you mean the maintenance man has no idea? Just ask him to pick him up with you. I don't know, dude. I love the time Elon put his Tesla into orbit. Brian, I watched that mission launch, dude. Yeah, it was a good time. I was on the Orbiter forum when Harvester posted the tech demo that became KSP. That's, dude, Jogman, that's before my time, dude. I started playing Kerbal at 0.16. So yeah, that's way before my time. The Orbiter forums, man. So Jogman, I might be able to, that was a little bit before my time, but I've met Harvester. So I could shoot him a message right now on Discord if you want. Yeah, dude. I could shoot him a message right now if I really wanted to. The reason why is because he's helping with Kitten Space Agency, and I'm a consultant on that game. So, but yeah, Brian, I'm a spaceflight nut job. I teach people about it. I've been doing that since 2012, dude, on the internet, teaching people for a long time. Say hi from C3PO. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wasn't kind of wasn't expecting you to call me out on it, dude. But I don't want to disturb him. But I could. Here. If I eat corn with my beef tonight, does that count? Yeah. Bought Kerbal before, but I couldn't figure it out. Kerbal is, Kerbal's tough, dude. It's a tough game. You need to know how spacecraft fly. But, once again, once you get the gist of it, it's not too bad. You know, all the hard stuff, like turning an engine on and getting it to fire, that's the difficult part in real life. That's all abstracted for you in this game. Anyway. This is the part where we transfer a crew that we don't have, so let's back this out. For RCS toggle. 5 translation control is active. And we will expend our lander here. I only really shoot Harvester a message if I absolutely have a question about something. Because, yeah. But yeah, dude, I was talking to him, I don't know, about a month ago. All right, let's get our ejection angle set up. I'm inspired to give it another shot. I mean, Brian, dude, you can always ask me. Like, I'm usually streaming here like 10 to 12 hours a day. There's only very specific times where I don't pay attention to chat. Like sometimes if I'm commentating on a launch or whatever, but you can always ask me a KSP question anytime, anywhere. As long as I'm here, ask. Heck, even go into the YouTube comments section from the VODs if you wanted to do that. Like, I'm here. I'll always answer questions, dude. I still answer questions about KSP. I don't really play it too often nowadays, which is... that should change. I have all this cool stuff we engineered, you know? Chat, I forget what the entry interface altitude for this thing is. For this capsule. I don't remember. I think it's 39, but I don't know for sure. 1 day, 0 hour, 5 minutes at PE. Will KSA have a more realistic engine builder? It's more like KSP, but I won't say any more, Lava. Well, just like NASA, you have to give it your best guess. Try 40. 40 sounds right. I'm 39.9 right now, so yeah, that should be good. I mean, it's not... shouldn't really guess re-entry like this, but... nope, that was the lander blowing up. Well, you move to KSA when it comes out. Sure. It's probably going to take some time for that to happen, though, dude, so... in the meantime, guys, what I've been doing is, like, we're going back and forth playing KSP and stuff, you know? But, you know, going back and forth playing KSP, but, you know, in the meantime, play other games, have some fun. Have some fun with variety streaming in the interim time. That's basically been my plan. That's why I tapped into Factorio and played Winter Car. You know, jumping back to this because Max said I couldn't do it on the first try. Heck, I'm not even, like, we're not really paying attention to this mission. I'm just talking to you guys. Okay, go for trans-earth injection. Okay. Got a good SPS ignition. Crew cap charger soon. Yeah. Fluffy, I wanted to get out this morning, but my sleep schedule is screwed from that stupid storm last night. I stayed up to make sure my house didn't get hit by a tree. Not that I would be able to do anything, but I'd rather be awake when that happens. Fortunately, that didn't, but the power did flicker on and off a couple of times, so... Yeah, I was up until like 3, 4 in the morning, and I signed up to do the NSF coverage for the Starlink 1046 mission this morning, and I didn't. I had to punch out, and I'm not happy about it. I don't like doing that. I don't like saying I'm going to be there and then not be there. No, I meant this week at all. Yeah, I would like to. I want to weld those damn brackets in. So you're about to land on Earth. Yes. So what I did, Brian, was just complete what's called the trans-Earth injection burn. It's very similar. Now, Kerbin's solar system, the solar system in KSP, unless you get mods, it's not our solar system. It's a smaller approximation to make it a little more gameplay oriented. Like, it's a little bit easier. But I still have the Earth and Earth and Moon, only it's Kerbin and Mun, right? So what I just did was I did a forward burn to try and break backwards away from the Moon's gravity, so I could break. I hit escape velocity around the Moon, so Earth or Kerbin can pull me back. It's called the Trans-Earth Injection Burn. They did this during Apollo. They'll do this during future Artemis missions. It's basically, so the moon's going this way, right? It's going that way. I just burned in this direction fast enough to break the lunar gravity. The moon's going to keep going and I'm going to stop and Earth's going to pull me back. Now, that would normally take about 6 hours in real time, but you can time warp in KSP. So we are leaving the moon's gravitational sphere, and now we're around Kerbin. 4 hour, 13 minutes till entry interface. Might land over KSC, who knows? Things take a lot longer to happen in RSS. You can get from Kerbin to orbit in a couple of minutes. RSS, it takes like 10. Yeah, I know. So yeah, now I'm on a return trajectory. Trans-Earth injection puts you on a Earth return. And note, so like my low point in my orbit, the PE, the periapsis, is 39,000 meters, which is about 100, give or take about 100,000 feet. That should be enough to hit the atmosphere and have the atmosphere slow me down. But we won't have the service module to do it. I have to jettison it. Question, what would you be able to do while awake that you wouldn't be woken up for if the tree fell? It's not like you're sleeping through that. Only thing I could think of is you could choose to be awake for getting taken out. It's not like you're going to dodge it. Well, the wind was blowing the car covers and all like, it was blowing open my damn storm door and stuff. It was there to more batten down the hatches. If a tree falls, like, Oculus, the context of that was it not crushing us like a bug, because I don't really want to entertain that reality. It was if it does happen or if the power goes out, I can just do my thing and we can enact contingencies. That's more what it's all about. But, or what you said, that works too. Coming back. See, like I said, this isn't Earth, it's Kerbin, so it's a little bit different. The geography is different, but it looks exactly the same, except for the terrain. The terrain's a little bit different. KSA would be cool in like a very hard mode. It has engines randomly fail. No, I don't like random engine failures, Michigan. Engines don't fail by accident. They don't fail. They fail for a reason. Random part failures I don't like. I don't like random part failures just for the sheer fact that, like, in spaceflight, just like in aviation, nothing happens for no reason. Everything has a root cause. There's no, like, magical pixie dust that makes stuff fail. Things fail for a reason. It's not random. That's one of the craziest lessons I've learned over my years, like, you know, being aerospace adjacent and aviation adjacent in my job. Nothing happens by accident. Everything happens for a reason. That's important to understand that. How did the Starship test go? Good? Well, they're gonna roll back the booster, Clayton, so I'm not sure. We'll see. Random engines fall off of planes. It wasn't random. It's because they didn't do servicing on the aft nut on the aft spherical joint and allowed the spherical joint to crack inside of the aft lug. And then said it wasn't a big deal. Because idiots. Okay. Go for SM jettison. We got a good service module jettison. Activating capsule thrusters. Capsule thrusters are on. Okay. We are lined up for entry interface. We can shut off the yaw thrusters. Those are only there for reorientation post-SM jettison. Service module's getting clobbered. It's about to get real. That's right, my man. Getting a little warm. External temperature is 9,000 Kelvin. Okay. Yeah, that's a little warm. $9,000 Kelvin? What? 9,000? $8,000 and dropping. External temp 7,500 K and falling. Collective heat load is at 530 kilojoules. The heat shield is in fact getting hot. Yeah, Poison, that this trajectory would have killed us. We went way too low too fast, but that's okay. In Kerbal, it's okay. That yeah, we would have died. Yeah, that wouldn't. If you tried to dip to 100,000 on your entry interface from trans-earth injection in real life, you'd be dead. That would kill you. That would kill you. I don't think there's any heat shield in the world that we have that can withstand 9,000 Kelvin. Like, pretty sure. An Oreo. Ah, that's a good point. Gonna come down in this little... Temperature is not the same as heat flux, though. Nah, here we go. All right, we're out of entry. Still a good ways up. About 50,000 feet. Heat shield concerns. We didn't even get through half of the ablator. My heat shield works. And look, it's even a blocked AV code ablator. Look at that, huh? Blocked AV code. And mine didn't char and spall. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, everything's fine. Clouds. I got some mods to put clouds in to make it look nice. 30,000 feet. Any cracks? Nah. She just got a little burnt. 20,000 feet. $10,000. Go for drogue, shoot, deploy. Or the drogues could just not deploy, you know. You know, whatever. We didn't need those. We just unfurled the main chutes going like 300 miles an hour. Whatever. That's fine. That would have killed... That would have broken the parachutes in real life. But, once again, Kerbal's very forgiving, like I said. Alright, cool. We got 2 good mains. Modern Ferrari fans are pretty temperature resistant considering how they get burned by their F1 team's lack of results. Oh, yeah, that's use that for a heat shield. Yeah, that's great. Lovely. All right. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. We got a splashdown. There you go. Now, once again, guys, normally what I'd do is I'd get the recovery ships out and go and get the damn capsule. That's how I like playing Kerbal. Go get the damn thing and then bring it back. Just because you hit the recovery button doesn't mean that your crew isn't sitting out in the middle of the ocean. You know what I mean? I like doing stuff like that. But yeah, there you go. So Sawyer, can we tell Max that I did this on the first try? No quick save, no reverts, no nothing, and I nailed every phase of the mission on the first attempt. Can we do that? Even a suborbital hop on the moon? Yeah, that was... Oh, part of the first stage is landed over there. That's the only part of the mission I didn't get right, landing the Ares 7 booster. Now I just gotta go pick up all the mess. There we go. Dunzos. Dunskos? Whatever. What was it? We saw a water landing that had dolphins nearby. Yeah, that was Crew 10 return, I think. Profile pictures from the Falcon Heavy launch. I go by Blue Station most of the time. Right on, man. Right on. Brian, you're welcome anytime in here you want to talk space. I'm here 10 to 12 hours every weekday, dude. Donskis. Accidental, successful in-flight abort should be mentioned too. Yeah, well, hey, we had to shake down that. Hey, that's why you should shake down your systems, right? That's why you should do that. That's a good idea. You should do that. Orange Origin failed the landing. This is why we pudding. But yeah, I mean, Brian, if you haven't seen KSP before, dude, you can do all kinds of cool stuff in this. Like I said, I build the recovery vehicles. I build all kinds of cool stuff for recovery to go and grab things. Like in Kerbal, you can make whatever. I like making trucks. I like trucks. So I make trucks and cranes. And then I go and recover stuff because that's fun. Artemis rollout just moved back to March 29 due to the earlier than expected closeout of activities. Nice. March 19th. I was going to say 29th is awfully close. You can also build planes and go flying around like this. It's pretty fun, dude. Got sidetracked by something here, but I wanted to say that if I recall correctly, the failure rate goes down the more data you have with it. So the proper testing regime, you can make sure you never have an issue. Yeah, it does, but you're still RNG. You still have RNG, which is... They use RNG as an extraction for human factors. Aqualex, I think with our rule set, I already make it difficult enough. You've seen hundreds of Kerbal vids over the years. Oh, alright. Right on. Yeah. Build all kinds of cool stuff, dude. So part of what I like doing, the challenges that I do, guys, is that I don't just build the rockets, I build the launch pads that go with them to reuse things. I like building reusable stuff. So, like, there's X-33 and its launch complex. That does work. We did get this thing working. You know, I can send this thing up into space, deploy a payload, come back down, right, land it on the runway, get a tow rig, push it right back up this ramp, and reintegrate it. Speaking of old KSP, have you talked to Shimmy? I talked to Shimmy in December, Sawyer. Not Sawyer, but Sawyer. You see NASA now may roll back on Thursday again? Yeah. Freaking OPFC. Oh gosh. That's the processing facility for the big SSDO. I build bridge cranes, gantry cranes, ground servicing equipment. Remember Adventure Star, good memories. So yeah, I mean, you guys are talking to me about the one that got away. I never built a launch pad for my shuttle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, we never did it. But I did build the provisions into my shuttle stack to make it, to be able to reuse it if you needed to. Like, the shuttle can be reused. Its external tank attachment system is on a docking port, guys. Hey, Solaire. I didn't want to believe that my dad was stealing from his job as a traffic cop, but when I got home, all the signs were there. Right. What do I have loaded in the payload bay? Oh, nothing. Yeah, we never built a launch pad for this. Confirmed rollouts net 20th. I heard chatter. I heard a chatter earlier mention the 19th. Yep. Did you start to mock one up? Yeah. The hierarchy with the external tank, Ox, is what's kind of getting us there, dude. Yeah. It's back at the 19th. That and part count was getting us, but I don't think we have to worry about part count. I don't know, dudes. It would be super special to be able to do something like that, but it's not just building the launch pad, guys. It's building the integration cranes, all right? It's building the brackets to be able to integrate everything, right? You're building a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of other things to make. Now, a lot of it I do have made, like the shuttle carrier, the shuttle carrier aircraft, the SCA. I would probably revisit doing the mate-demate device. If we were going to do that, we would need hoist points for the orbiter, which is a little bit complicated, but we should be able to do it. The link above is the official NASA announcement that they maybe, possibly, could kind of go on the 19th, or it could still be the 20th. I work at Marky Mark. You work at a sign company and you hear that when it's on. Oh, jeez. Do you have Buddha and Energia? Nah. I don't make trash. I built an Energia a long time ago, but I like my shuttle stack. My thought on the hierarchy issue is to attach to the pad via something like the beanie so that the SRBs are not in the main line. What if we use the GUP? What if we use the GUP? We fudged it through the ground umbilical carrier plate, Aqualux. That'd work. A beanie could work too, but you have to separate the beanie before launch. The ground umbilical carrier plate doesn't get separated until ignition. See, I'm worried about SVI carrying the load through docking and undocking, though. That's the problem. Sorry. No! No! Wouldn't work for assembly. Yeah. No answer. Interesting. Does this mean I'm in the right direction to guess what you are working on? I wonder if you are working on reusability for KSA. Sad, it wasn't that. I really didn't understand what you were trying to ask. I'm not working on reusability for KSA. That's not the thing that I'm consulting on. Nobody has still guessed it, and nobody probably will, but don't worry about it. Last, it's not super important, but it made you happy. What's up? Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. You know what? You don't get a shuttle launch now. I was thinking about launching this, but now you don't get it because of that. Do it, article. And Kerbal, can you dock with the ISS? You gotta make one, dude. But yeah. In another save with the shuttle, I did build a space station. It's Space Station Freedom, though. It's not the ISS. It looks like the ISS, but I think Space Station Freedom is cooler. I have the craft file here. I have the file it's not up in space, but yeah. I used this orbiter that you see here to make it. It's in MM3. Are you coming in for corned beef or not? Remo, 109 month resub. I really should. Oh crap, this is the ONC file. This is what I used to test assembly. Let's try the ONC file. Go get your corned beef. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, these are all the modules split up. That's what I'm using as my... I use that craft file as my processing facility. This is the station. We engineered robotic arms. I built all the vessels. I assembled this with the damn shuttle. That was a lot of work. Oh, okay, Bree. You still have the original Crippen station. I'm sure I have it somewhere around here. But anyway, yeah, that's gonna do it for the NSF challenge. I don't know. We can do more cool things in KSP, but that was fun. I did enjoy doing a little moon mission with our direct thing last. You have my attach point. Do you stop yelling at me? 12 Bravo with a 70-month resub too. Thank you very much. Sawyer, where's your last? I don't see it at all. You did do an ISS a long time ago, yeah. The white arm here. The white arm. The white... That thing? This thing right there. The white arm? Sorry, you want to tell Aqualex what that is? Huh? You want to tell him what that is? Yeah, dude, I built all different types of modular space stations over the years. Crippen Station was the one you probably saw, NASA Man. How detailed does Kerbal go? Can you design interfaces and connections? Sure. I mean, Happy Badgers, yeah, you can. So, Aqualex, that is the HasGas umbilical arm that's connected to the ground umbilical carrier plate. The GUP is over there. That's what I was talking about, dude. But yeah, that's the real thing is that how are we gonna switch to that? You know, we need to swap the hierarchy with the vessel sitting on the pad, dude. Which no, that's the ground umbilical carrier plate, dude. Also, this video is rad. Watch it flex when the shuttle engines ignite. You didn't put 2 and 2 together. I know, brother. Don't worry about it. It's all good. The mines are in the right place. What's that line that goes down the SRB? It's the wire harness, and the det line is in there too. There he goes. Hello, baby. Oh, God, I love that thing. That thing's so freaking cool. So, Happy Badgers, I've designed, like, there are docking ports, and the docking ports are basically like 2 hatches that look like they line up. You can use smaller parts to make, like, alignment mechanisms. Like, if you wanted to make, like, an NDS-style port, you can do it, sure. And then, dude, with mods, you can get... The KSP's modding community is ridiculous. You can do whatever. You can get whatever you want. Like, honestly, it probably exists out there. Any different type of docking port, or stage, or vehicle, or whatever, you could probably find it. With the modding community, you could do whatever. You doing rollback tonight with Mr. Least Coast? Which rollback are we talking about? Booster 19? Yes. Yeah, dude, if you... Yeah, you can get pretty crazy. But Happy Badgers, it's not designing an interfaces like how you might think. You have to use the parts in the game. So you usually end up designing it out of a part that had no business being an umbilical or something. But yeah, there's a bunch of small parts in the game. You can figure it out. I built all kinds of, like my launch pads and stuff. The problem that we're having with my launch pads is that Kerbal doesn't like it when you have, so like the reason why the shuttle stack thing is such a hard problem to solve is because how the real shuttle got made when they were building a shuttle stack in real life, they put the 2 SRBs down, right? And the SRBs are what's attached to the pad. And then they hung the external tank from the SRBs. It's quite actually hanging there. Clamped the aft ET attachment struts into position, and then they flipped the orbiter upright and then attached it to the stack. The shuttle is not touching the pad. It has two umbilicals, two fuel lines that go to it to fill the external tank, but that's it. That two booster, two pad connection in Kerbal, it doesn't like that. It really, really, really doesn't like doing stuff like that. That makes stuff explode. Short story. I understand. Correct question would be, can you design parts or mod existing shelf parts? Yes. Modifying existing parts? No. You can design modded parts, dude. Yeah, you can build whatever. Yeah, it's actually really easy to make a part for KSP if you have like even a little bit of 3D modeling skills. It's really not hard. Hi, Sam. Anyway, I want to go get some corned beef, guys. I don't know what we'll do when I get back. There's not a lot of space news today, and this is probably going to end up being a super long stream. Because, yeah, Sawyer and I are teed up for the Booster 19 rollback. SpaceX for commentary, and that doesn't start until 1 a.m. Yeah, I will, Yarg, yeah. ESA News, Baby Shuttle. I think playing Factorio would be a good way to burn some time, yeah. Interesting. More KSP career? I mean, dude, when I get back, we could go try to mess with that shuttle problem if you really, really wanted to. Like, that would take some time. I wouldn't mind trying, like, at least for fun. But, yeah, that would be something, that would be a hard-ish problem to solve. That'd be difficult. Thursday's going to be good. We got a Falcon, Electron, and a Spectrum launch. Yep. Quick nap could fill your time. Nah, I got enough sleep, dude. I got to reset my sleep schedule anyway. Sleeping right now would make it worse. Yeah. How would we do that? We do that with the shuttle. Making those brackets for the shuttle would suck. I think I would need to hone my Kerbal skills more. I think we should play Factorio when I get back. Yeah, Factorio would be a good idea. What day is it? Is it Tuesday? Yeah. Cool. I'll probably do Winter Car on Wednesday, Contra. We'll probably, if I can get here at a reasonable time, tomorrow, we'll work on the car, and then Space News. If we don't do it today, yeah, we'll do Space News tomorrow, and then Winter Car for after hours. But we'll see. Like I said, I have this Booster 19 rollback thing that I got to do tonight, so we'll see. The thought is you either have the SRB sitting on the pad unattached, then lift the tank with the crane on the shuttle side. Then you logically attach through the ground umbilical carrier plate and make it crane tank to pad. Then you make use of the flex to set it down on the SRB pins and attach them not in line. Hanging the external tank in that, I've gone down this road before. Hanging the external tank in that design is strange. But anyway, I don't know. We'll maybe we'll do that a little bit later. This week is going to suck for you. You have surgery for your broken collarbone. Oh gosh, have fun with that. Last week to play Winter Car. Oh, that's right. It is the last week to play Winter Car. Ooh. I don't know. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this little mini NSF challenge. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube, probably about a 30-minute lost signal. On Twitch, just chill here. I'll be back. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to go eat. I'll be back in a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're clear over on YouTube. The missile knows where it is at all times. I don't know what I want to do when I get back, dude. Played KSP today. We just put in 5 hours. It was good stuff. Yeah, probably, Yarg. When am we flight simming again? That's a good question. There's so much good stuff to do, dude. So many good games. And there's also, yeah, Timberborn 1.0. I don't know. Figure that out. I don't know, man. Here, I'll put on a video and then we'll, I'm not 100% sure what we should do when I get back. I don't want to play Factorio, though, dudes. I don't know. We'll see. Here. Anyway, pop this video on. We could play cities. Cities? How about I make my factory into a city in Factorio? That's what we should do. Oh, Race Day came out. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Cities in the Racetrack DLC. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do when I get back. We'll I want to play cities. Yeah. Yeah, let's play with the Racetrack. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. All right, cool. So